Hello folks, sorry there were some serious technical issues getting things connected. I do really apologize. Let's make sure we're going live straight away. We'll probably miss draft, unfortunately. I can only apologize for that. But there were some tech issues getting some of the channels to start. OBS decided to have a bit of a mare. Not great timing, but hey, here we are. Let's go do the thing, shall we? Right. That's Vitality B versus Lost Return. Straight away, we're into game, 6 minutes in. God damn, I'm very annoyed about that. That's really frustrating. I can only apologize, guys. As I said, there were some OBS issues, which will surely be resolved in a second or two. I'll be able to go from there. Thank you very much for coming and hanging in. I do apologize on that one. It should be here shortly, one would hope. Unless I have to restart things again. Please don't force me to do that. Why have you done this to me? There we go. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Oh, sometimes, guys, tech issues do cause all the trouble in the world. But here we are, into game. Vitality B with the early lead right now. I think Crownie is going to be all right there. Let's have a chat about the draft and where we are. Did I see the DK versus BFK? I caught some of it. I was actually out a bit today, which is partly one. Hey, yeah, between tech issues and this, I've not seen as much of this as I would have liked. Oh, gosh. We're here. We're here. I do apologize. As I said, we had some tech issues. Basically, I couldn't get OBS to connect to EMEA for whatever reason, so I had to restart stream and get things sorted. OBS issues. But it's all been resolved. Here's the replay. Smolder did the Smolder things. But if you look across in the minimap, you will notice there is, in fact, a Wild Wukong approaching, which made things a little bit tricky when Crownie was trading out with Yoppa. Reckless went for the all-in, and it's not bad. Not bad, to be fair. Turnaround comes on through. Still the Wall the Whale. Crownie gets the kill, even with Lurox coming. Still, with draft as they stand. Baus on the Cho'Gath, Nemesis on the Syndra. Very comfortable draft for Lost Returns. Lots of very dangerous pick. You get that first bit of CC, the Syndra, the Cho'Gath Feast, the Lee Sin Kick should execute the first target. That's the plan. Anyway, on the other side, you've gone for the combo, as ever. Actually, I need to get myself a glass of water while I'm at it. It's basically you've gone for a little bit more of a scaling option with the Smolder as your carry, and then you've got a Kali, Nautilus, Wukong, even the Sarn diving to try and kill some of these more immobile backliners. Big, big team fights. It's a little bit more dive heavy from Vitality B, a little bit more pick heavy from Lost Returns, so burst heavy on both sides. I think if LR can kill the Smolder on a regular basis, they'll be all good. And I think they spike in the mid game a bit harder because they've got the Lee Sin, they've got the Yunara, who've got that slightly earlier spike than the Smolder in particular. But the Akali starting with 2 kills should worry you all, basically. Is the grand scheme of that one. Let me make sure I've got my tweet up as well to say that we're all live and doing the things. Go. So, going to see Decap get rid of that one. Not too much there to see. All things said and done. Baus will whack Janax a little bit. Velia will hop forward, land the Sonic Wave. Dragons, of course, Velia very, very comfortable on the Lee Sin. He's gone towards the Eclipse build, actually, interestingly. No, not well. Come on. Fighting over this, I think we probably... it's a bit Safari-like, LR. Don't go look at the wildlife, get involved with it. Refresh the stream where you return on the screen. Let's go in. Sorry, Shima. It took, as I said, there were some issues with OBS. Threw us for a bit of a loop, unfortunately. But yeah, we are here, we are here, we are here. Does a little bit delayed. We missed draft, we missed the first couple minutes. I do apologize for that. Good. Chunk onto Janax and lead all that much. Good to see you online. Yeah, sorry I wasn't around yesterday. I had other obligations yesterday, which just got in the way a little bit. My streak rip. Sorry about that. When did I go live when you weren't here, Solly? You're here pretty much every time. Okay, good chunk. Ooh, flash away. Good turn on for Velia with the Cyclone. Ah, it's going to be a dead Reckless, I think. Yep, TP behind, but that means Nemesis has TP'd into Vito and missed his Sonic Wave. Oh, not Sonic Wave, his Shuriken, rather. I think that's a dead Vito, isn't it? Where's the Unleashed Power? Just about survived. Heal required from Decap to make it happen. And they get to turn it around instead. Oh boy, Lost Returns getting run over here. Nemesis does at least scatter one back so Crownie can pick one up. I think he still gets traded here. So it ended up being a 3 for 1. 3 for 4. Sorry, not 3 for 4. 4 for 1. I apologize. because they lost Reckless before that as well. That's rough.
Turret plating will fall soon.
Hope the Rat wins. I'm rooting for them, but Vitality favourite to win. No, they should be. They're the LFL first seed. They're undefeated. Like, not to put too far upon it, Lost Returns have been struggling. They've been really struggling. And as Rock's saying in Olivia's chat as well, it's a bit of a GG. It does feel a bit rough here. Not going to lie to you. Man, it's almost a nice scatter. They heal from decap, prevented not Nemesis getting the kill with the ult earlier on as well. I mean, we would have been close anyway, but you know how it is. Let's have a look. Where are we at now? I mean, the problem is you've gone for the earlier spiking team and you're losing. Smolder's stacking well, 120 already. Oh, I don't like this one. It's only 1,000 gold lead in fairness to Vitality B, which is not the worst thing. The problem is where the gold is. Scion's not going to be the easiest for this team to kill. I mean, you've got the Cho'Gath. You can do a bit of feasting on that one. And again, Syndra will hit a point where she's not bad in tanks with a force of will. Still not always the cleanest, it has to be said. Oh, not bad. Lurox gets the chunk. Second Cyclone Flash. Bounces out. Right. Thank you. Not too much there. But yeah, I heard the series earlier today was pretty mad. Bit of a chunk. When's Herald? While away. No, it just got taken. What am I talking about? Like, Lurox just picked it up. Belia Lee, yeah, he's on the Lee. It's always he is a good Lee Sin, to be fair. I'm always down to see it, even if Lee Sin in general is quite a high bar to entry these days, I think, to get success. That'll do. Stun on to the Scion. Whew. That much there. Janax is up quite a lot of farm here in a way I wasn't necessarily expecting. But there we are. I said apologies, that took me a little while there. There was a bit of an issue getting things connected. It left me a bit fried and sizzled. We said we started a little bit later than anticipated. We had to sort of start a stream, end the stream, which is probably where your streak went solely, because I did like a minute stream where I connected. I mean, why is it not connecting to anything else? An issue with my multi-streaming plugin. Best of 5? Yes, it is. Best of 5. I wish it wouldn't do that, you know, actually. If you stream for 2 minutes and the stream crashes, it breaks people's streaks. Feels a bit rough. Oh, nice kill onto Yoppa, who was not expecting the Syndra. Lurox turns around pretty well, but Belia gets out. In comes the Scion. Might get a bit of a stun here, but Reckless and Bowser are still pretty tanky here. And yeah, you can just feast the Akali. Much better objective 5. That was very, very nice pick onto the AD carry. And now they've lost all their damage. Lurox has got no ult left, so he's a dead man. Crowny gets another. Much better from LR. Much better. They can probably run down the Scion here as well. Man, Halo Blades does silly work. Nemesis gets the kill. Knocked up by the Rupture into the Scout of the Week. He's just burning out, doesn't get to do any value. Probably get a little bit of the wave, but even then, not a lot of it. Can Nemesis look at the turret? They might be able to, you know. But I say, Belia can attack this a fair amount. I think that's gone. Okay. Nice. Yeah, you take that. Seeing a good LR fight is what I need right now. They're going to get 2 turrets off that. That's a massive swing. Really, really good fight. I hope you see the replay here. So this is Reckless and Nemesis getting a fantastic pick onto Yopper. So the Wukong doesn't drive through the bush, so he gets the knockup, but they're all trying to follow up on the Wukong, who's going for the Battle Herald, and instead Nemesis and Reckless just say no, and absolutely blast Yopper. Full contact team fighting. So this is something we've been talking about in the LPL for a little while, where effectively, if you see someone engaging on your backline, you return the favor. And if their backline can't follow up on the engage, then the value of the engage is really, really diminished. So you saw what happened there is actually Nemesis sets it up, Reckless follows up, and actually because Nemesis is there, he can blast the Smolder. Whereas actually VTO and Yopper were kind of tied up, were dead in the case of Yopper, which meant they couldn't follow up on that big play. Interesting, the Vitality B obviously lock in the silence so Baus can't get it. Silence on the Q, nicely done. Looks, I wonder whether Vitality B first picked. I didn't actually see the draft, as I said. I was a bit late today, which is very frustrating, but there you are. And the J around a bit, that way I'm facing things properly. It was B1 Scion. That would make sense. That would make sense. I figured it would be if the Scion was open. I mean, in fairness to him, Janix is kind of delivering well enough here. He's still got a lead, laned well. Gotten some good ults. I don't think he's been the issue here. Though I do think Smolder dying twice now, not fantastic. Yopper needs to be doing better, especially if he's got LEC ambition. He wants to be having a good show here against a Lost Returns where he can. So far, being a little bit easy to catch up. Thank you, by the way, for all the follows. Cynical, Winteros Sick, Giant Lannister. Okay. Kazu, Recluse John, Mankey, Carlo, VJ Mirrors, Zaro, Salask, Polo Shirt, Freezeman, Silmental, Tom, Max Maruk, Spin, Amanda, Brandley, Yoki, Doom Countdown. Oh my god, there's so many people to count. And there's violence occurring. The follower count will have to come out later. Good lord, guys. So much support. Appreciate it all. One and all. I really do. Atacana consideration. Sonic Wave landed. Does Velia want to follow? He does. It's a bit of a chunk. Oh my god, he's going to get executed. Kick in the wall. Sonic Wave. Nicely done. And VTO is dead. Now, without the mid laner, I think this should be a pretty easy run at this one. Out of the week goes wide. Hook onto Cho'Gath. Rocket Bell out of it. This is still going down, and you've still got the Feast to work with. So I'm assuming between Feast and Smite, this is a dead thing. Yeah, do it in 2K. Don't mess it up. Thank you. Dunk onto Reckless, but he's fine. They can't get that much more value. VTO does have TP, so they probably have to give this tier 1 bot. But they want to reset for Dragon anyway, so this is fine. Nemesis almost fully stacked before 20 minutes. Yeah, he's done very, very... In fact, he is stacked. He is stacked, which was kind of... Sorry, I missed that conversation. Yeah. Yes, he stacked that very, very fast. I mean, in fairness, he's farming very well as well, which is helping. And he's hit a lot of people. So he's been skirmishing a lot, gotten involved. One of the reasons why the ability haste build is quite nice, you actually get to get more abilities out, which means you get more shards, which means you get to more points of power faster. It's one of those kind of like slightly more underrated parts of the build on Syndra. Like, do I get to stack faster? Yes, because I get to spam my Qs and Ws and Es faster. This is great. I am not a Nivea. I'm just initialized, as it says there. I'm just collaborating with the Nivea. The Nivea is occasionally on here, very rarely. It is way for low on occasion. The only thing about draft that surprised me is the Lee Sin pick. Yeah, but it's very good with Syndra. It's one of the old school options with Syndra. It's not quite as good as it used to be because Syndra spikes a lot later than she used to. Nice double stun. Reckless will be fine. He's still got the ult rolling. Lurix gets into the backside. Velia might now be in a little bit of danger. But no, Lurix doesn't really find what he's looking for. Reckless dies. And there is the execute available for Smolder, who's about to run at Nemesis. Oh, dear. Hang on, Lost Returns. What happened there? The execute. Okay. Gets one back. Velia into the backside. Oh, 2 for 2. Not bad. Velia doesn't have a way out here. Flashes out of the queue. Gets something to go back with. as he gets depth charged. Will likely get executed, but that's going to leave Crowny with a silence on top of VTO to try and get the kills. Waiting for that angle to pick up VTO. There they are. Misses the Arc of Joe Ruin. And that means Baus should be able to pick this one up. Flash, silence, rupture. Okay. 3 for 3 in the end. Nice recovery from Velia and Nemesis. Will at least get something despite getting caught out there. Lost Returns win the series? I don't know. I would have said Vitality B are coming in favoured, especially after Lost Returns' very difficult journey through Swiss stage. But they've had a couple days where they've just been downtime, getting their heads to the grind and seeing whether that will fix things up. So far, the last few team fights have been very Lost Returns. Very clear counter is counter versus Akali reveal and Shroud. It's not bad there. Yeah, I think I do kind of forget that Cripple does that reveal. Is it Crescent Strike, the second part of E? Cripple and Crescent Strike? I never do remember. Oh, nice kill. Ooh, hang on, execute. Paris down. I think VTO's dead. Nicely done, Velia. Can Velia find his way out? Lands the Q onto Yopper. Can probably just follow up. Gets interrupted by the Nautilus. Does it matter? Velia's got so much bloody healing. Oh my days. Iron Will is silly when you get to auto a few times. There was a heal from Reckless in there too. So that definitely helps. But oh my days. They just weren't that good this tournament. Yeah, they've had to do a bit of work. I wonder why Reckless does not play Town Cage. I love to play as that support. Yeah, I think Tom has just fallen away a little bit. He's been a little bit too easy to kill. I mean, when even Carrier isn't playing him a lot, you know he's not that great right now. I think he struggles to a lot of enchanters that are currently available. You're seeing a bit of Lulu. We are seeing a bit of Nami with some of the Lucian stuff. He isn't as good a tank as some of the other frontliners. And the safety is nice, but I don't think it has the lane presence to get as much value as you would like with other things. Because you used to get away with it with things like Varus. Maybe Jhin. Yeah, Eclipse, Sundered Sky, and Iron Will is what that was, for the record. And Conqueror, I'm assuming. Plus a heal. Ella's got Red Bull, mostly. I think is the big one. Which is obviously a big deal, to be fair. But I'm not sure about LR themselves. Yeah, I mean, they're doing the League of Their Own thing, which is a Red Bull thing. So it tangentially sponsored by Red Bull, I think is the answer. EP's behind. Baus about to step on him. Yeah, there's the rupture. Oh, nicely timed into the Feral Scream, into the Feast. VTO was on vision while he was TPing, and Baus was there to absolutely blast him. 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. This is looking pretty doomed, I think, folks. You've got an Infinity Edge on a Smolder and a Dream, I think is probably the way this is. Hissing Cobra, Doom Countdown, Foamies, Revolts, T-Bone, Evolution War, Pirate King Poppet, Stock White 32, Dale Quaza, Eric Tontoberic, Kane Nexus, and thank you very much all for the followers. Those are the people I missed since the last time I was on. Appreciate you all. Especially as Lost Returns are about to break into the base here. Feeling pretty good? Follow Sam for Global League of Legends. Exactly. We'll be doing some Worlds co-streaming on Nymeris soon. Be great fun. I would have said the Vitality B win the series. However, this game one has been exactly what I wanted to see out of Lost Returns. And they're looking pretty okay here. But we've seen a lot of good game ones that go apart. And I think it'll be an interesting one to track. I would give the edge to Vitality B nonetheless, just off recent form, basically. Whether that changes is another matter. And thank you for the 5 stream streak as well, Sleepy Santa. Appreciate you. Brownie. Don't. That's a very important Scry's Bloom. They're looking at VTO. Oh, baby. I wanted to look up Lee Cine as well. I think it's Crescent Strike. But isn't that Diana Q? Lee Sin Wiki. That's just a very dead VTO. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Lee Sin Wiki. I can't spell on my data. Putting a note.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
Safeguard Iron Will. Tempest! Tempest is what it is. Oh my days. Why have I got it down as... Okay, and Tempest is the... AoE damage. Bavelia promoting Opera GX in exchange. Yeah, that's probably true. Again, those tend to be individual sponsors though. Bit of a knocker. Going onto the clone though. Inhibitor down. Nearly a 10,000 gold. Yeesh. Got the Scion. The Scion's really not being the issue. It's VTO getting blasted in a load of team fights. A couple of very poor team fights in general. And Yopper in general having found very little value on the Smolder. About to see a demolition to Vitality. Demotion to Vitality C. Let me do that one again and read it properly because that was a great line. About to see a demotion to Vitality C is an excellent line. And I will send it on to the casters for that. It's a great one. Who wins the series? I was like, Ryuman, please listen. I've already told you 2 times. What's happened there? Okay. I think probably Vitality B, but it's close. And this is a really good game for the Last Returns. Cho'Gath is doing an insane amount of work. That's a 16-stack Medjai's. Oh my days. Yopper's been positioning about 1 screen, 2 forwards all game long. Yeah, big time. He's been far too easy to catch out by the Lee Sin, Alistair, and the Syndra, which is what the comp is designed to do. Big chunk. Yeah, that's the clone. Still got... Did they feast the clone? I mean, that's probably a very dead backline. That's not bad. They do get the shot down. But it's still going to be the dead Lurox. Yopper can maybe get some executes. Value needs to try and find a way out. Ward hop over. Oh, executed! That's not bad, actually. Yeah, a bit slow to ward hop over there from Value. Had the flash and got a bit greedy about it. Hey, Andrea, good to see you. Also, hey, Ghost, good to see you. Thank you for streaming today. Oh, I'm glad to be back. I'm sad I couldn't be here yesterday, which is a bit of a shame. Unfortunate realities of life. Oh, Twitch didn't notify you live. I'm sorry, Vanilla. Sometimes it just does. In fairness, there was some weirdness starting where I had to restart the stream once because of some issues connecting to various things on Twitch. Very annoying. Let's just check. Did Baus feast the clone here? I think he might have done. He did! He feasted the clone! He thought the silence would come in time. Oops. Hop over the wall. Yeah, exactly. So the point was he tried to hop over the wall and was just greedy and got hit by the fire Super Scorcher Breath. Nemesis is still very, very strong here. 20 stacks on the Medjai's for Baus, who's very, very scary. Hey, Sylv. Good to see you. Smolder cheat code. It's your way back in. You've got a 4-item Smolder. That might be your way of doing it. In fact, the Smolder's now got a gold lead, which is kind of crazy. Will it matter? Don't think it will. I think this Syndra and this Cho'Gath will blast the front line so hard that it won't matter. And I think Yopper's not going to be given that much free time to kill things. Yeah, they've blown up Value. ETO again, rather. Scion's ulting away to go deal with Nemesis, who's shoving in the picture-in-picture. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Yopper needs to get a lot of work done here. Another Rupture. Buffered through by Decap. It won't matter. They're going to kill off Baus. No, we get so much healing! What the hell? Riftmaker is a silly... Yopper's going to get kicked. Yeah, and dies. That's everyone dead. Nem's got another inhibitor. Hey, no, good to see you. I was surprised when Syndra wasn't banned. They gave it up and tried to pick the Scion. You get one of these drafts as Vitality. And in fairness, now they don't have to deal with the Syndra or the Scion the rest of the series, and they got the bans free. Considering he has a whole 400 stacks, if he can hit a few times, he'll just kill them. Yeah, I mean, that's the idea, but he's not been given much chance. Because he doesn't have a cleanse really available to him. He went for the TP to stack faster. But it basically means any CC that lands, he dies. That's not bad from VTO to go golden, but I mean, it's a flare moment. Faust with this fountain suicide. My go. Not a great game from VTO. In fact, he started 2-0 and then just tried to look for players and got mullered every time. Yeah, not VTO's best Akali performance, it has to be said. There we go. Look, here's the replays. I think this is a really good play from Reckless we're about to witness here, as Yoppa just overplays it. Yep. Boop. Too far. He needed to flash the headbutt knockup, is the honest answer. I think if he flashes like that direction, he probably gets an option. When you can't prove they went 3-2 for content, but you just can't prove it. I mean, Diablo, who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Why did VTO Ego pick Akali? Akali is actually okay into Syndra. Especially if Syndra ever misuses her E, you've got a lot of ways to just absolutely eviscerate her. Good into the Yunara as well. The issue is basically that you hit this point where because you failed the you got a bit of a lead and then failed the snowball from there, that you would go in and get immediately silenced and die. Like, Akali is fine if you can navigate it properly. And part of it was VTO was trying to look for flank angles and it went wrong every time. They weren't doing proper vision control setup. And again, you're joining a Nautilus and a Scion and a Wukong. You have got people to go diving with you or to burn the cooldowns to give you the angle in. But you need to at least be going 1-for-1, taking out the Yunara, taking out the Syndra, and that wasn't really happening. Any idea whether Rossman versus Mates are on? German broadcast shows Big versus Heretics and French shows this match. No idea. Problem is, it's round of 16. Quite a lot of games happening. Let me have a look. Go have a look. Anyone doing it? Yeah, if I see someone doing, I'll let you know. I will see if Vitality B lost this game, but their game of map rotations or redemption contest was nice. Yeah, I mean, the moment they had those two dragon fights go wrong, it became really, really problematic. Which is just the way of it, son. It just is. Okay, I'm going to run to Mads. I'm going to get myself a cup of tea so I'm good to roll. And I'll be back for game 2 shortly, because as I said, a little bit delayed today. Hi, chat. I gotta quickly talk to my brother. So I kind of dismissed him earlier because I was a bit busy. And I want to do the hello thing. Lovely to see you all guys in here. Hey, hey, hey. Thank you for the follow, Zulai. A single elimination. Yes, it is single elimination. So if you lose this, you're out. LR up 1-0. I've run some ads. I'll leave you some music briefly, and I'll be right back. But I ought to just go wave hello to my brother. Oh, double music. Sorry. That's a horrible mishmash of music. Oh. Oh. Horrible mishmash. I apologize. Ah! That's what I get for needing to chat to people. Chatting, co-streaming things for worlds, which would be very exciting. May have lost before, you never know what they're cooking. Yeah, it's true. Vitality B, banning away the Rakan, the Gallia, the Hui. Rumble Jarvan off on the other side. I feel like most of the time he picks, he smashes. Who are we talking about here? Cassante? Yeah, Cassante. Okay. Yeah, Cassante's a weird one. His tankiness is all in his W. And I feel like Lost Returns don't have a great options into him, but like he's not as great as he once was. And often he has to really outplay to get value a lot of the time. If they win, they get to join EU Tier 1. Yeah, but they've already earned it, right? They did that in spring. So, at least going by the system as it is, they will make it. Hooray for Chachi Pork. First pick of the Rise. Lost Returns have not managed Rise very well. At all. Yeah. Hui and Galio banned, right? Yeah, exactly. Hui, Galio banned. Do you want to see Nemesis on Cassiopeia? What does he have into Rise? Syndra's already down. Orianna? Fine. Orianna's probably your best remaining option. There's the Vi. Be decent with the Orianna. It's a good ball carrier. Can't Wukong with it. Good Jarvan. It's been banned. They banned it themselves. They want to give the first pick up because Lurox is a big Jarvan enjoy, which is why. What are we going on this side then? Decap's got the most amazing hair. The water emoji makes me feel an ick. There is, I think probably because it's been used much like the aubergine / eggplant emoji. Been misused a bit, shall we say. Shinzao, fine. Rakan is down from now. It's not down. Okay. You either force the Rakan pick here, or you have to back. Actually, that's a lie. I feel like Lost Returns are going to get the Rakan here, probably as a result. But it means they can't pair it with the Xayah, which I think might have been the option for Lost Returns. They can make it work. Rakan is banned. I'm dumb. Yes. Thank you, chat. There it is. First ban. Blue side. Apologies. Yeah, Rakan is banned. As I said, yeah, I'm apologies. Yes, both chats now telling me it's banned. Jinx. Not bad here with the Vi Orianna. You can look to get the reset by just having Vi go in with the Orianna ball, blast someone. If that gets the reset, life is good. Rakan Rocket can follow up quite well with the Vi as well. Sisters. See whether they can make it work. Can they make Vander proud? Do we get Warwick in here as well? Why does France get so many teams in the event? Historical levels of very, very impressive success. It's the reason why LCK and LPL get a lot of seeds at internationals as well. Reward for long-lasting dominance. I would dislike a Kled. I don't think it's awful here, actually. Very short-range comp for Vitality B, and you can join the Vi. You are diving through Xayah. You are diving through Rise, but I think the charge itself isn't bad, and you can theoretically force some ults when you don't want to, and it's a decent side laner into Rise. And you have the issue, the problem is Rise tries to burst you, and you just dismount and you go again. Don't think it's awful. Dante ban last, yeah. They don't want to give that option up to Janax, who is a very good tank player on his day. At ERL level as well, he does a decent carry. Do you want to give Baus counterpick or Reckless counterpick is your decision now. Could Lulu here? Wouldn't be awful. Jinx Lulu. Give yourself some range options. Might force a Blitzcrank or something from Decap. Gragas is a blind for Baus. Gragas is a blind for Baus. Okay. Lots of disruption. Can force Xayah ult quite freely. Decent into the Rise and the Shinzao, because you can knock them away when they're looking for their combos. You can interrupt the Realm Walk quite well as well. Yorick would be pretty okay, as Gragas doesn't really deal with the Mist Walkers particularly. The Blitzcrank I was wondering about. That makes a Lulu really risky now. They were looking for a Lulu, I think, and the Blitzcrank base says, if you lock the Lulu, I will just hook you every time when you die. Renata might not be awful. Rel is pretty good here as well. You hook a Rel, you hook a Gragas, it's a bad time. Rel's also a decent ball carrier. The one thing I'll say is Jinx, as an AD carry, has quite low mobility. So if she's locked in a W animation or whatever, it's very punishable with a rocket grab. Right, yeah. Rel is not great. I think it... Okay. if you do this, if I do this, if I go, can't see this draft anymore. No, that can't see it. LR's draft is decent. In fact, it's pretty good. It's a Vi Orianna comp with a reset for Jinx, lots of divers and disruption in the Gragas and the Rel, who are additional ball carriers. You get that first kill, Jinx gets excited, pop off in a team fight. Really good, decent skirmishing as well, obviously, and a lot of disruption in CC from multiple different angles. You've got good flankers, solid carries. It's not bad. The moment you look at the other side, then you realize it's not going to be the most fun to dive into a Xayah and a Xin Zhao and a Rel and a Xayah and a Ryze. The only thing I'll say is you do outrange, I think, as Lost Returns. The Yorick and Ryze will have better side laning options. Will likely beat both the Orianna and the Gragas in terms of like outright 1v1s to sort of like shove in on the side lanes. Ori's not a bad side laner these days, but she's not like she's not Yorick for that matter. And there is always the world where the Blitzcrank hook onto key targets turns things around. But I do think Vitality B's comp is a little bit more... you need to manage the dive really well, which is not always a guarantee. And 2, you are going to need to... make sure your Blitzcrank gets value. If you can get Rune Prison to Blitzcrank hook on a Jinx, on an Orianna, life is okay. Not that guaranteed, though. But you do need to try and make that happen. Right. I've got tea in the kitchen that's brewing, and I need to drink it.
Minions have spawned.
I returneth. Have I missed anything? No, I haven't. Thank God for that. I need to see some more lights when it's a bit dark in here. Oh. Not any lights. Good grief. What kind of tea? I've just got English breakfast. Bit boring today. Oh, good grief. Ban it. Ban. I don't see the value of Yorick. It's okay. It's decent to Gragas is the answer. Gragas doesn't have the most fun against the Mistwalkers, basically. The little ghouls. But you can get over the cage, which is kind of fine. And Yorick gets a decent shove into the Gragas early. And also, Yorick sustains through a lot of the Gragas poke, basically. Yeah. What have I missed? Yorick is... What's the competition? Yorick is bad this game. So why are you not a fan of the Yorick? Maybe I'm deluded, but whenever I play Jinx, that happens, I pop the Yorick and we win the fight. Yeah, that could absolutely be a thing. But the idea is that Yorick becomes a split push win condition that doesn't give that much option for that. And also in the fights, if you can get the Jinx in the Dark Procession, it's a bad time for her. But yes, Yorick isn't really here for the team fight. It's partly why I prefer Lost Returns draft. I think it's a more cohesive draft. Vitality Bees, for me, is trying to do a lot of different things. They try to get a lot of individual counters. They skirmish well. They can do a lot of hooks like that. Nice Shattering Strike. Crash down should be alright. Yeah, I think Yorick's not bad into Gragas is the honest answer. It's supposed to be a punish on the blind Gragas. Especially the AP variety that squished you and a bit more vulnerable to like last rites and stuff. Game 1 was both mid and bot gap. Yeah. Less in the early game, but yeah, mid gap. The Nemesis, once you got rolling, was really problematic. Early flash on Crowny there as well? Yes, very much so. Faust missing. Oh, he missed another CS. Oh my days, this is awful. That's like 4 CS's missed. 66% win rate, not bad. Another hook. Reckless crashes down. Man, yeah, look, this was my worry. Like, on paper, Crowny and Reckless have got a fine bot lane draft. But it is reliant on both of them not getting hit by skill shots, which hasn't always been their early strength, it has to be said. There's a couple of really key hooks that have caused some issues here now. That's every summoner down for Lost Returns bot lane. Just off straight laning. There's no jungle interference there. These teams have had a draft. I prefer Lost Returns. But I see what Vitality B can do to get some danger in here. Oh, Sir Jonjo with the Hydrate. Also, Jonjo, hello. Good to see you, my friend. One of the people who gave me some of my earliest casting opportunities, Sir Jonjo. There's my hydration. Good to see you. Yeah, absolutely. How's life, Jonjo? Going well? You still Valence leaguing? And a posture check. Still playing. My go. My go. Value's here, but so is Lurox. Lurox is leaving. Now, this could get a bit interesting. Lurox has left. If Decap lands the wrong hook here, it's a bad time. The 6-man cast. Oh my god. There's a throwback. What am I eating? I made some, apologies for eating on stream, actually. Been out all day, so I've not had a chance to eat. I made some, homemade char siu pork last night. So it's the remains of that. With some homemade dumplings. Which someone else made. Because I was at a mid-autumn fest. I was at a mid-autumn celebration with some friends last night. Diablo. But, again... Never apologize for having a different opinion. Absolutely fine. Like, I might come and disagree with you. We'll have those conversations. But never feel like... I don't want you to come away feeling stupid having say, hey, I'm not sure about this. That's fine. We can talk about it. Because the answer, I'm wrong too. And I hope chat in general isn't going to be particularly awful about it. They're generally not. This is the combo we're potentially threatening about with the Rise and the Blitzcrank. Right. Please do voice your opinions. That's partly why we're here. We can have those discussions. And if you can explain why you think what you think, that's fine. For discussion, yeah. So please don't stress. And again, the Yorick should be better in the lane, I think. And thus far it has been. Will it matter for the skirmishing though? Because the Gragas will be more valuable in the skirmishes. But yeah, if you ever misuse your body slam, that kind of happens and you have a bit of a bad time. Decent trade back, actually. Again, I'm not here to elo check you. Fine. What? I hate to say this, but I'd like to see Diablo on T1 next year. Put Goma in China and let a Fnatic buy out Smash. There's an interesting. So obviously, the thing is, Guma was fighting with Smash for his position at the beginning of the year, and there was a lot of I personally thought that was kind of an okay. It was fine, but at some point you had to make a decision, and my worry was, and the decision was forced more by external pressure, EO, from fans, from everything going on, than it was from actual metrics. And the problem is it's probably broken trust a bit with both Guma and Smash. So there is a world where T1 ends up with a different AD carry next year, and I wouldn't be all that surprised. Why did that get blocked? That's fine. Jinx stole a rocket with Grub with a rocket. So she did. Good call. I didn't think that actually did that. I thought it was just a chunk. I was too busy chatting crap. Sorry about that. That's really good value. That's what I get for looking at chat and not the game. Oops. Stellar didn't give some silly kills early. Things are progressing pretty well. Yeah, it's been a quiet game, and that tends to favor Lost Returns in general. Just as a team. Not necessarily with this draft per se. I think both people are looking to get to a couple items realistically. Alright, Dragon Star. This might be our first big scuffle of the game. Lost Returns are on vision while they do this. They don't have an idea that the water's in the back of the pit. At least in terms of having seen it gone down. That will just go down. Fight afterwards a possibility. Reckless flashes on in. Nice chunk on a decap, who will now likely die to the cease and desist. There it is. Runs out of his supercharger. Or his afterburn. I forget what the name of the ability to speed up on Blitzcrank is. Either way, over the wall goes Valiant. It's a 1-for-1 right now as Nemesis died. Big root onto Crowny, who's going to die. Blitz! Ooh! That's not bad from Bounce, but can't finish up what he's looking for. He's going to end up dying here. Vault Breaker onto someone, gets it onto Lurox. Nice angle. Bounce gets away for a second or two. Ooh, nearly got Yopper, who ran out of damage. They missed the overload. There's the Spell Flux. Another Vault Breaker available. Is there a flash? Can't find Vitality B's bot lane. So that ends up being... what? 1 for 2? No, they lost Crowny as well. Okay, 2 for 2. No, wait, 3 for 2. There's no one else out there. What am I doing? 3 for 2. Oh dear, mate. Lost Returns. I can't do maths, guys. Spell Flux, Room Prison, over the wall. Velia survives for now. There's still a flash from VT, but he won't get on top. Okay. Yeah, there was 3 for 2. Let's have a look at this again. It was very, very messy. Because initially, they went with the pick onto the decap, and it just took a little bit too much work. That's not bad, but he doesn't end up on the chomper because he flashes. And he just gets far enough away. Doing this too, you never rest. That's it. Alex streamed ASI earlier. I'm streaming this one. But yeah, between the two of us, we've done a lot of coverage. I am initialized. Earlier was Nymera. Together, we are the Hapgood brothers. It was nice from Velia at the end of this. I think Baus also very unlucky not to quite get Yopper. I wonder whether it might have been worth him just full committing to see whether he can get Yopper, but who knows. Still, unfortunate early fight. The Hap Great brothers, that's the one. Gabble isn't available anyway, plus Guma's fine. T1's problem was massive, was Faker massively underperforming and terrible meta reads. He had a weird year. There were some good moments and then some not so great ones. Also, I think there was a lot of issues integrating Doran into the play patterns. I also just think in general T1's drafts were pretty awkward. And come playoffs, Guma and Kerry had a bad playoffs. At the very least inconsistent one. That wasn't, oh my god, best bot lane in the world, which we've seen before. Oh, 1 second. I've got a call from a friend. Wasn't expecting that one. Hello. Very good friend of mine who I play music with occasionally, I went to uni with, was wondering whether she'd see me in the airport. And I was like, no, I'm actually on stream. And she's like, oh, could you say hello to people for me? I was like, I can do that. So she'll end up in chat soon enough. And you can say hello to the great Bethany Graves. T1's strength of the team is basically depending on owner carrier. Yeah, I could agree with that. I agree with that. I think owner has been unbelievably good for T1. I think carrier, because he's not been quite as great as otherwise, has been an issue for them. There you go. Reckless and Smash or Mickey X and Smash? I would think I would go Mickey X and Smash if I could help it, though I can see why you might want to go with Reckless. Map presence from Vitality B seems better at the moment. To bring it back to the game, because we've been chatting about things not the game. It has been pretty good from Vitality B. They're getting value out of the Blitzcrank roams and the Rise being valuable. Also, that early skirmish going wrong was a bit problematic. It's not the end of the world as yet, but again, the early kills, early objectives, a bit rough. So it's only 1,600 gold. Very playable, very playable. I wouldn't get too stressed as yet. T1 has a mid lane draft problem. to an extent, but I've also had major issues with what's going on bot lane. I've just had an issue with the drafts in general. I've not necessarily had issues with the champions in mid that much per se. I have had issues with what they've been playing bot lane. I think Guma's champion pool hasn't been fantastic for the current meta, especially with Varus falling out in particular. But he doesn't play that much Jinx anymore. His Zeri's not fantastic. I mean, Zeri's always been poor. He's not a great Kai'Sa. That's 3 of the major picks right now, and that's really limiting them in drafts. I think Doran's been a little bit volatile. Bao's not building Roa. Yeah, no, he's getting a bit more damage. Ooh, that's not bad. VTO might end up dying for that. That's a really good combo onto the Rise. Crownie gets to flash away with the excitement. That was a good dark procession, but the turnaround's rough. Nemesis, how did you end up there? Ah, dear. Well, Yop is about to blow up Baos as well. That was almost great. And then, unfortunately, I think Nemesis got hit by a hook. There's no other way you could have got there, right? It all goes a bit wrong. This game kind of I don't know what you mean. It does feel a little bit cooked after those have been 2 quite poor team fights from what should have been good team fight angles. And I think the fact that both Nemesis and Crownie are basically both getting blasted in team fights when you would expect at least one of them to be getting out alive is very problematic. So initially he starts fighting. So how does Nemesis end up getting caught? He just walks into everyone. And he tries to get his way through and just gets bounced around. Okay. So Nemesis has a really bad angle into the fight. I get it would have been hard to walk down the river away from things, but that's tough. And Crownie's still got caught at the back end of it despite blowing flash and despite having excitement rolling. Maybe look at decap. But that's not a great showing from Nemesis there so far. But then again, you know, he's still up in farm. They'll be okay at the minute. But I think one more bad fight and things get tricky. But I'm fearing the 1-1. I kind of agree. Best of 3 or best of 5? It's best of 5. Best of 5. Playoffs are all best of 5. Most of the gold difference is top lane, which might make a bit of a negative. Oh, Beth, Sam's friend. No way you've gotten made an actual account. That is fantastic. That is fantastic. Bethany has absolutely got him. There they are. Hang on, let's move over. Look at this. There. This is great. Right, we move back. But there's violence occurring. Let's go talk about this instead. Velia, that's not a bad escape, actually. Hang on. Can he run through VTO? He said he can. He just literally dropped it there. Oh, no way they got the turret off this as well. That is absolutely foul. Didn't want to dox myself. Very fair. Very fair. Thank you for the fresh account and saying hello. Lovely to see you, though, Bethany. Crownie gets blasted under the turret. So they got this really cool play topside and then die horribly mid lane. How did Crownie end up there alone? Oh, well, whatever. Dead. Picked up Herald through the gate. That's very good. That's very good. That was a solid escape. No way you got the Herald through the gate. That's ridiculous. Change my existing name. I'll do it. Not a fresh account. Oh, Slackstill, thank you very much for the subs. Sorting us out. So, yeah. Managed to get that one and then flashes over the wall. And then he actually did Hexgate for it. That's ridiculous. And then they realm up to try and catch him and he gets in there heralding. Oh, my God. That is actually foul. That is, I mean, he still does nearly die. But, I mean, finally gets caught by the dark procession, right? But that is about as smooth an escape as he would get to. That's flipping ridiculous. What that is. Flipping ridiculous. Okay. Bounce a little bit beyond the turret here. Velia's here as well. I think they could look at this. Good chunk. Dark procession buys some time, but they're still going to cease and desist. That's really good. And the shutdown. Not bad for Values 3 and 1. Hexgate drive-by, baby. I think it's a rare enough occurrence that I'm kind of okay with that being a possibility without CC on it. Bowser's TP behind, gonna look at Yopper. They don't have the explosive cask. That's kind of alright. Forced a bit of a weird journey out, but Yopper's fine. Yopper's having a much better game on the Zaya than the Smolder, it has to be said. Lurox has to flash out of the back of the pit, though, nonetheless. TP for Flash is basically the end of the trade there. Lurox blew his Flash, Bouse blew his TP. Mostly. What is this little zoom in? Oh, this is for the Atakan spawning, isn't it? Very nice. Oh, look at that. Observer's having fun with that one. Alright. Bit of a cinema display. Okay, Atakan's here. Are they just going to rush it? I think they are. Hang on, Flash! Oh my god. Okay, well, Nemesis down his Flash now. Decap also down his, but that's okay. LR early team fight incoming? Maybe. I think Nemesis not having Flash makes this a bit scarier. Baus is not having a great amount of time. Yopper has to go into the sky, so they've gotten the Featherstorm behind his Lurox. Could look for some more. Crescent Guard value is good, but Crowny now kind of untouched. Still gonna have Reckless go down. Doesn't really get that much value. In goes Velia, who I think is likely gonna die. Reckless also already fallen. And that is probably Dragon and maybe actually also Atakan. They're gonna try and do both. That's really big for Vitality B. And that, as they say, is the game. You got the original old school League of Legends box. Nice Frostwind. But yeah, that's Atakan as well. That is probably a game-breaking advantage, I would assume. Not easy to come back from this point. How many paddles did they get? 23 paddles now. Yeah, that's pretty good going. This feels pretty over now. Big lead for the AD carry. Big lead for top. And they got feature strength and Atakan and the dragon advantage. This is rough. Rough, this is rough. I got a bit weirded out about whether the Blitzcrank value would be there. And I got a bit worried about how easy the team fights would be. But actually, Vitality B proved me quite wrong. And they've team fought very well with the comp in a way that I thought was going to be a lot harder. But they've managed to get on top of Nemesis and Crowny pretty consistently, honestly. Which has been very problematic for Lost Returns. And hell, Teamfight Yorick doing the thing. Crowny and Nemesis positioning has been so off. I've not been that happy with it, I have to be said. So I think this has been more about play than draft, honestly. At least another turret down, so they're trading okay on that front. You take what you can. Janax in the bush there with the Maiden of the Mists. Wait, doesn't Jinx spell IE second here? Yes, but it is a very short-range composition from Vitality B, and theoretically, the attack speed and rocket spam... Rockets also trigger on Hurricane. So you can basically get a lot of AoE down. A little lower damage for theoretically a lot of value into a lot of melees. You want IE third now then, probably. Less single target and raw DPS, but the AoE damage is what should make up for it, is the thinking, at least. I need to say it pay off, but hey, here we go. Also, what it means is it's very easy to get a reset, because one rocket with Hurricane is, like, guaranteed to at least get some damage on someone who's going down. Let's continue how they played during Swiss, win first game, then crash out. A little bit of that. Yeah, it's not been particularly clean, has it? Okay, looking at potential value. It gets jumped on. Gets away briefly, but hit by the wind becomes lightning into the smite. Flash away now. Lurik's still got his own flash, but that means Nemesis is left alone as they realm up on top of him. Yeah, the picks will continue until morale improves. And that ain't looking pretty. Rocket delays the resets. How long until Nemesis? 30 seconds. What does it get you? A shove through mid. That's about it. Can't stick for the wave because Yop will just run at you. Nemesis is dead. Yep. I think she's going Blade of the Ruin King. It might be LDR as well here. Worth noting. Or, actually, this game probably with the Xayah and the Xin Zhao and the Yorick and the Rise, who will have a bit of healing in his kits because of what he does item-wise. That might actually be Mortal Reminder. I'm not even listening to Costream, but I'm sure you can hear them crashing out. Oh, impossible. Not gonna lie. Yeah, but Mortal Reminder would be my suspicion. Yeah. What's one more grave? Seems like LR doesn't quite understand playing against the Rise Blitz. Yeah, they've been caught off by that kind of pick combo a lot more than I was anticipating. But this is also how LR often are. They do give up a lot of kills as a team. They just do. And Blitzcrank and Rise are two of the better people at like capitalizing on that. Getting value out of that. I'm gonna spot VTO. And VTO is also now level 16, by the way. He's 2 levels over Nemesis. I am and they are sad. Yeah, I had a feeling there would be. Chosen team fights. Yeah, exactly. That's not really where Rise and, well, Blitzcrank in particular should be at his finest. And yet here we are. Gonna get Soul Point. I think it's a Dragon Flip or Burst. Not a bad idea with the rocket, but no steal this time around. Hook. Oh, Nemesis. Yep. Reminder, Blitzcrank breaks shields with his ult. And thus the Seraphs did jack all there. Have they really had a 5-5? They've had 2. They lost both. Is the answer? But that's a 4th death for Nemesis, who's not having fun this game. Where is Valier trying to find his way in? Decaps around. Yeah, he knows he's there. He's about to get hooked and he knows it. Reckless now body blocking. Can he flash in? He probably can. Cease and desist. It's going to be a flip. He stole it. It went down to 1 HP. Oh, very nice. Bouse now potentially in danger. Crowny flashed away. Will likely die. Okay, they're going to try and punish as many people as they can. Does Bouse get out? No, he doesn't. He's going to get run out. Bouse TP'd in. Oh, no. All the Barons are going. Yeah, and Yorick gets to do Yorick things. Cask away. VTO's behind. Maiden the Mist is still hitting. Yeah, he's dead. Better to kill Yorick. Yeah! Man, this went down to literally 1 HP, by the way. Watch. 1 HP steal. The problem is you still lost 3 members as a result of this. In fact, did you get anyone out with it? Reckless got out. They realm warped onto Crowny, who got slowed by the Wind Becomes Lightning, so was dead. He needed to, like, not get hit by that. And maybe he gets away. And even then, it was tricky. EP behind VTO, who does have Flash. Doesn't have realm warp, he's likely dead. Shockwave flashed. Yopper now coming. Ghosted. Okay, flash on VTO. Can't get any more. Yeah, they've been trying to get exit plays, and they've not really succeeded with it. No Vault Breaker. We'll just now don't go too far forwards. Decap can pick someone up. Goldie low match, a little harsh, Sirloin. Not too much there. Keep going to be careful. I think it's quite hard when they've lost vision control into this comp, because Blitzcrank preys on good vision. VTO is so far ahead that with a Realm Warp basically bringing Lurox is also Giga fed forwards, you've got a very, very nasty pit core. Between the Shinzao, Blitzcrank, and Rise turning up out of vision, you just die. No one is tanky enough to that comp. To that pick, right? You get hit by the hook, you're dead. How are you today? How are the games going? They're going well, Steph. Thanks for coming and checking in. I hate the Jinx items, I just do. I mean, I think it's fine. It's not... I understand the thought process. I.e., in some ways, might not save you here, because you just need to be able to hit as many people at once as you can. Basically, you're trying to get yourself to a reset, and the attack speed is really valuable here. You probably do go IE 4th, but it's cheaper as well, and when you're behind the game, 2,400 gold, at least this way you're at 3 items in parity. Yeah, Baus isn't really known for his Cassandra. His Gragas is not a bad blind considering his Baus's. Unfortunately for him, Genax has just got a decent counter into it and it's worked well, unfortunately. That's potentially decent. Can they pick it up? I think they can. He fell the flash! Nice! Oh, he didn't have the flash. I heard a flash noise and it wasn't that. I don't know what I heard then. Shockwave or something. League shops and coaching time. Yeah, I mean, like, I think League having, like, I think one of the big issues to League in general right now is the bar to access for the game very, very high. Getting into the game, entering League of Legends is a tough time. And to redo that, you need to make the client better in order to basically redo tutorials, allow better community engagement and help for people who are new. Probably do things like have community-made guides. It's like, hey, I'm a Lee Sin maid. Here's a little thing for patch 15.1. Well, I did this Lee Sin, cool Lee Sin clear that's really fun. This is how you do it. Baus is about to get blasted. Does get a blast cone out. That's not bad. They can look to try and nab that. Won't. That's a nab of the objective bounty. Room prison on Veli is not going to have a great amount of time. They can potentially look to turn this around, though. Can look for the reset. Decap's dead. That gets Jinx excited. Jinx with all the AoE. Jinx with all the AoE. That's really good. Veli gets a decent amount of healing. They will get Yopper into the sky, but he might get a feather pull here. That's pretty good. Crowny misses the rocket, but it won't matter. That is a huge fight. Huge fight. There's your hurricane value. That's what the Hurricane was meant to do. So they turn up a little late here, and they try to turn onto Baus, who doesn't die, blasts everyone away, actually gets a good blast gun, and forces Yopper into a really awkward angle. He tries to get involved, realizes he can't go that way, and so Yopper is just completely out of position. They don't have the Fed AD carry involved. Yopper autos now. And that's not even auto, that's a double Q. All the while Crowny's gone through what? 7, 8, 9 autos? Really nasty. Then also gets belly slammed after and goes down, so to shut down for Nemesis. Really nice. The hell with IE. There you go. Look, you're not wrong. IE is a great second item. It's just expensive. And it's not like the Hurricane doesn't have value or doesn't have synergies or isn't a valid build. That is an example of why. Now you've got the IE as well, and so you've got the best of both worlds. You are very, 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 very low on defenses this way. You need that locket and that redemption to do a lot of work. Because there's no GA, there's no Immortal Shield Bow, Bloodthirst, or anything like that. You will die. However, if you get the opportunity to attack a few times, you'll do quite a lot of work. Quite tanky LDR, but exactly, honestly. But then there's a world where you could have done Juntal's, i.e. Lord Doms, that order. Baus probably dies here, goes golden, but they got the Baron. Fine, Baus can die, he doesn't care. He's done his job. Man, Lost Retones are just so good at finding ways back into games. They're very, very, very hard to actually keep down. Rocket, that'll be a dead decap. That gets Jinx excited, means you can rejoin Lurix. He's got the Crescent Guard rolling, but it's not that fantastic. Watch Genax for a potential angle. Good. Shockwave for a second, but that's going to be the Rise coming on in. Good stun onto VTO, means he doesn't actually get that much value. Crowny's still firing. Blast Cone doesn't keep him alive. Yopper's going to potentially die. Flash from Crowny, gets some more rockets. Fell in the backside with a Vault Breaker. Should still win this. Lots and lots of damage. Another Vault Breaker in. Denting blows. And Blast Shield and some Unrelenting Force. Bounce Ball Zhonya's, he bought the self-stun. Okay. There you go. Good turnaround. Yeah. But Jinx Gen X is dead. There's the auto. Got a little bit cancelled by the Dark Procession. He's not going to get through the Hex Gates. He's a dead man. Nice. And that delays him dead for another minute. So they're going to get a really long shove here where Gen X is not around. Does Velia need to reset, or can he just heal off the camp and say that's fine? I wonder. He's got Hex Gates, so he can actually afford to stick around. His teammates are still resetting and wave sorted, so we can probably just take this camp, reset, and come back out again. A turn on the stream and Vitality hard immediately. Sorry, Vitality fans. Sorry, Jonas, that's the way it is. Hey, Noonday, good to see you. The difference between IE and LDR is very small when LDR has no Giant Slayer. Yeah, you can legitimately go IE every game as an ADC unless the enemy team has lots of armor. Very true. You do want armor pen at some point as an AD carry, nearly guaranteed. Like it's not a guarantee, right? However, yeah, there's a point where LDR was a requirement because the Giant Slayer passive gave you so much more value against targets with higher HP. That is long gone. That is Mount Bloody Everest in a gold graph. That's a 10,000 gold swing or so. Probably more like 9, but still ridiculous. This Velia guy didn't miss one 50-50 is crazy. Genuinely, Velia has hit some insane smites. It's been very, very good. It's genuinely kept them in it. Got GA now as well. Med dies for Nemesis. Life's okay. I tend to agree, but 10k gold is usually a steep hill you're never going to climb. It's true. It's true. That was a very, very big gold graph to get back from. Ironically, Yopper's still ahead here. He's still 1,000 gold ahead. I don't think it changes much, really. There's a lot of structure still to pick up for LR. There's still another tier 2. They can turn back towards this Hex Dragon, which would deny Soul and put themselves on Soul Point. They want to try and get a pick here. The vision control going also means the Rise and the Blitzcrank have a lot harder time. And those compositional issues we were talking about earlier are now becoming a problem. It's a lot harder to find a good pick as the Blitzcrank. It's a lot harder to play around the range disadvantage you have as Vitality B now. Especially without that vision control. VTO's TP'd in. This Dragon's gone. They're not getting over here in time. It's gone. They're going to try and jump. Decap didn't find the Rocket Punch. Can maybe get something here. Gets hooked, but there's still a decent explosive cast. Lurox has got the Crescent Guard, but has to flash away. They might try bounce, but he's actually really tanky with his passive at this point. Hits the Maiden of the Mist, so she will probably die. That's huge. Oh, Shockwave on 2 after. Really, really slick turnaround this game from Lost Returns. That one Dragon fight where Yopper ended up on the wrong side of the pit and didn't get to auto is literally cost them the game. And a bad Baron discipline where they didn't smite properly, didn't keep value out of the pit. Those two moments have genuinely allowed Lost Returns to come back 6,000 gold, which is unbelievable. Yopper goes into the sky where Mata cast forces the flash. Faust might die here. That's a GA Brock, but it won't actually change all that much. They're going to go for the Nexus. And game's over. Lost Returns are 2-0 up after that mid-game. Look, we did say, hey, there's some decent counter picks here in the draft, like the Yorick into the Gragas blind. Haha, I see the thought process. Okay, that's pretty good. Blitzcrank to deny a lot of Reckless's enchanters. Oh, that would have been nice, this comp. But it did lead to a draft that by itself was not the most cohesive. Okay, like Blitzcrank and Rise and Yorick trying to team fight into a massive team fight comp was always going to be challenging. Always was. And it came to hold them. It did. Especially once they lost control of the game, right? Then you didn't have the vision control to set up picks with the Shins out, with the Rise Realm Warp, with the Rune Prism, with the Blitzcrank hooks. And then you just had to play straight 5v5s where you couldn't kill the Gragas post at a certain point. You were really struggling. Where the Jinx was actually doing a lot of damage and getting the resets. Where you weren't immediately blowing up Nemesis at the beginning of the fight. Like, how do you mentally recover that one with your Vitality? That's the thing, you don't. Oh, well, we'll see. It's a rough place to be. 4-0 initially in Swiss stage. You Lost Returns, you barely scraped through into playoffs, going up against the LFL best performing team at the tournament. One of the favorites to win it. Loads of ex-LEC players themselves. Big game. Say Velia MVP for the series so far. Yeah, actually also that Vi play earlier when he managed to get the steal it with the steal that or secure the Herald with the Hex Gate, then try and get out. Like it's been very, very slick stuff. Right, let's run some ads. 83,000 viewers on Casual Stream. Damn. That's very good going. We're not doing bad here, to be fair. What about 1,000 of you on an EMEA stream? A little late to start on Twitch, unfortunately, so that was good. Oh, I wouldn't want to moderate for that, so it'd be quite hard work. Hey, Amber, good to see you. Joe Check's best chat always. Very true. Oh, right, music. Bit loud, actually. Why are we so loud? There we go. If LR defeats entire LFL, this EMEA Master, it's gonna be so wild. Persona 5 PTSD, you're so welcome. Such a good soundtrack, though. Hello, everyone. Welcome on in. If you've not done so already, please do consider subscribing to my Twitch. And if you've not done that, you can do it now. Thank you again for those gift subs earlier. If you're not followed those ones, do that too. There's also League Mastery, which you can find some value. I'm hoping this works. Thank you for the follow, O'Reilly. Clearly, I haven't got that set up. Oops. I'll get that set up a little bit later on. But there, you can join us on League Mastery. There's a Ko-fi link as well, twitch.tv live. You can do some value there as well. So thank you all for coming and supporting us there. Makes a massive, massive difference to all you can. 4 for 10 more days and I can sub. Amber, thank you for turning up and being here regardless. Again, the subs are very appreciated, but there's not a requirement. You are a part of the community regardless. We know you are. You're here every damn day, and that makes a massive, massive. Much love. Guardians Vitality second tier to be the worst team out of the world. Probably, let's be real. Lost returns, we've seen what the upsides are, and the upsides are amazing, but they're a lot more flawed than most tier 1 teams. And that's one of the things I think people don't respect about tier 1 teams, even when they're losing. Hey, look, Zlaxtiel, there you go. You got away with it. Zlaxtiel, thank you for giving Amber a sub. That's very generous of you. Already given 5 away today. Massive, massive thank you. It's very, very kind of you. Again, appreciate the love and support. Golden Mirror Road is still alive. So I was positing that we call it the Piper's Road. Like I said, like the Pied Piper leading the rats down to victory. Because I think that's pretty cool. But the Golden Rat is something that other people are calling it. But I think the Piper's Road is pretty bloody cool as a name. I think it's a little bit more elegant. Next round is a test time. If they win that one, I think they clear. Yes. Cadwell did say that Swiss doesn't really matter as long as you get out of it. All teams are similar in terms of skill. Fair, I can see that. But I mean, the thing is, once you're through Swiss, you're through Swiss. The thing is, of course, if they beat this one, they have to go up against one of Galleons or Barca, which is a big one. Misa slapped Forsaken the other day. So you get KCB versus Misa, which is a crazy matchup, by the way. Yeah, because KCB had a weird initial Swiss save, but they cleaned it up. I agree, Don Pong. I think KCB came in as favorites, and then they had a rough... They had a rough start and then really cleaned it up. But yeah, I think KCB should be very scary. They had a really good showing against Verdant. A lot of work. GK versus Unicorns. I mean, credit to Unicorns for making it this far. And considering they were 0-3 to start Swiss, getting all the way through to quarterfinals is really good. I think GK clears them. I think GK are actually a very good team. In some ways, winning Swiss 3-0 is worse than losing a few games that you have to wait for so long to play again. There's some truth to it. It matters more in bigger tournaments, where actually, if you don't get stage time for like 2 weeks, it can matter. And actually, yeah, like actual putting the reps in and getting better can matter. Especially if you come into a finals cold, it can kind of suck. There's a 50-50 ground. It has to be said. Thank you very much for the follow, Nuppy. And Felicopter as well. Thank you very much. And again, we are a little bit of a hype train here. If anyone wants to donate a sub or two to the subbing, now's the time, guys. Now's the time. Vito's not having his best series. Yeah, agreed. Azakali really didn't land in the mid game. He got quite fed here as the rise and couldn't carry as well. Big deal. How the hell is Big 0-2? Most insane matchup, Heretics versus GK. Insane plays in both teams. Yeah, I really think GK have not been far off being genuine contenders for a year or two now. They're really, really good. I chatted with Edward, who I think it was GK he coached for. Was it? I want to say it was GK and not NGX. And he did really good work with them. And then there's some very, very talented players on there. So if there was a dark horse the tournament, I would genuinely consider GK as one of them. Which is wild to say, but I genuinely think they've been very, very close to this. Alright, where are we at? Chovy's overrated? No, I still think he's the best player in the world, guys. Like, it's very hard to overrate Chovy. Look, I started, my first league game I ever watched was Season 3 World Finals. I watched Faker win his first World. I'm a massive Faker fan. I think phenomenal. And even then, I've been watching for a long, long, long time at this point. Chovy is on another level right now. This guy is obscenely good. I will say this heresy, but in the tournament, even LR is a bit of a dark horse. There have been so many strong teams. Yeah, I agree. No, LR's still shaky. Agreed. They are, coming into the tournament, they were considered favorites for obvious reasons. And they have fumbled this tournament pretty damn hard. Chovy's a precise surgeon, Fake's a swap member with a shotgun. Yeah, and sometimes he needs to reload right, but when it works, it looks really good. You still doesn't know I don't strike and hydrate? I do. Right. In that case, I'm gonna get myself some water. I've got a bit of tea left, and I will give a bit of a stretch afterwards. I'll get some squats in. I need to do it. I'm back. Right. Let me get some stretches in. Hang on. 1. We'll do the Final Fantasy squats. Oh no! We're in a draft. Oh. 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. There we go. Some stretches in. Oh. And some hydration. I'm the brother to Nymera. Yeah. I'm Nymera's older brother. We started commentating together as a casting pair, which is kind of cool. But yeah, for better or worse, I have to deal with Nymera forever. There we go. Welcome on in Heavy and Metal. Oh, Denki, you got done in by yelling. If you, that's the thing. If you want to yell at me in chat, you have to subscribe. Any subscriber can use caps locks as much as they want. Everyone else, the limit. So we're going to see an LR2-0. Let's go, Rats. It's not been easy, Aaron. I'll say that. Hey, Sam. Good to see you in here as well. Both first seeds 2-0 down. That's a shocker. Agreed. Sorry I wasn't around, Sam. I would have loved to have streamed yesterday. It would have been really awesome to be there to bid farewell. Unlucky draw, I think, really. But, you know, I don't know. We both know Verdun could have been better yesterday, which is a real frustration, because I think it was a very winnable option. But there we go. Lamau Diablo, you got yourself done, and you deserve that. That's funny. Vitality B is 4th seed. Yes, however, they also came out of Swiss stage 4 and 0. So I think in some ways you can consider them 1st seed by the virtue of how they've done it. Noonday did it as well. This is hilarious. Well done. This is great. Thank you for the follow, Gundog. Right, I need to lock in away from chat for a second, guys. There's a lot of catching up there to do. Let's chat what we've got. LR going to be on blue side. They've got Rumble, LeBlanc, Aatrox. They've had to switch sides to Vitality B, wanted to change things up. They're getting rid of a lot of important skirmishers. The Neferi and the Jarvan away from Velia. The Volibear as well would have been a great option for Baus there. His champion pool is now a little bit thinner in terms of options he can blind pick in particular. Does Lurox play Kiana? I actually don't know. Rakan first pick? You can't, can you? Well, it's been banned the entire time, so they'll just pick it up now. Okay. Bold. Valuable. And Reckless does need that, I think. And he also got blocked due to spreading misinformation. That's hilarious. Not a mod yet, Frostwing. And he probably ought to open application for some more, actually. If anyone is interested, do drop me a line. Question, I thought VT was in the LEC. He was in the LEC. He hasn't been for a little while, though. Not this year, largely. Unfortunately, had a disappointing last showing. Kind of got let go. So he's now down on Vitality's B team. Yes, he is former. As is Janax, for that matter. As is Lurox, actually, in a small way, if I remember correctly. LR can pick it now for jungle. Yeah, I agree. Poppy wouldn't be awful here. Hell, if Velia's feeling it. Kiana. Rakan and Kiana's a great pairing. Very easy to jump on where Kiana starts. Zed. Okay, so it'll be the Zed jungle angle. So, Zed really messes with Sejuani early. You don't get to be tanky as Sejuani very early at the minute, especially with the Heartsteel builds. And what it means is that Zed can mess with Sejuani in the jungle and keep her really low. He's also very, very annoying for the Ziggs to deal with because he closes the distance on you so well, and you can blow him up pretty happily. That said, as well, you become an extra poke mage effectively by using the shadows. Kiana, as a kind of similar example of the Neferi, are two slightly different takes on a similar archetype, which is kind of like assassin, snowball, carry junglers. Neferi's a bit more of a skirmisher. She's got a lot more target access with her ult. She gets to dive on in, keep skirmishing, play around that one. Zed plays a little bit more like a poke mage. You shadow forward, try to go for the double shurikens, and then pick your moment all in. Kiana, it's all about that team fight AoE. Vitality B are going for the one-shot combo with their comp right now. Sejuani ult into Jinx, into Ziggs ult. There we go, the Mega Inferno Bomb. Into Public Execution. Whoever gets hit by that will die. It's a very squishy comp from Lost Returns right now. Anyone gets hit by that and that CC chain, you will die. It will be over. That's the idea, anyway. The problem with VTO and LEC, guys, I know that chat's still happening, is he was very, very one-dimensional and very, very selfish as a player. He demanded a lot of resources, demanded a lot of time in lane. Really didn't work very well to move for his jungler, move 2 side lanes. He was great if he can get up to 20 minutes, and then he would hard carry a game on, like, Zeri mid or whatever, which was kind of a big thing at the time. But he was a very, very demanding player, very resource-intensive, and not very flexible with that. That's just a straight-up Amumu pick, by the way. Okay, so this is actually a really good counter into Sivir. This is why they're doing it. I thought that was a hover. Bloody hell. So, Bandage Toss 1 lands. You spell shield it. Bandage Toss 2 cannot be spell shielded. Same deal with the ult. So if you bandage... So basically, either you don't spell shield the first Bandage Toss and get CC'd, or you spell shield the first one and get CC'd by the second bit of CC. It's very, very nasty there. Also, it's a massive AoE CC chain to set up for a Ziggs, and Ambessa, a Sejuani. It's melee synergy there too as well. That's a very nasty wombo. I think if you get a big carry mid laner now, assuming VTO's not playing the Ziggs for that matter, it's pretty good. So they're looking for mobility here to basically say if you can't land the damn skill shot, we don't get CC'd. Because the thing with Amumu is that there's 2 things with Amumu. 1, you are very, very, very skill shot reliant. And 2, unlike a lot of other engaged supports, you, once you are in, you don't really get a way out, and you're not that tanky, really. You get a little bit from your Tantrum passive, but that's not easy. And like compared to like Rel with the shields and the resist shreds, Alistar with the ult, Leona with the W, and a lot of these champions also have ways out. Like Nautilus can hook away, Rel can mount back up or crash back down again, Alistar can headbutt and run away. You know, you've got lots of tools. Amumu is one thing, and that is CC. It's great CC, but that's all you're bringing. And it is also, as we said, very, very binary. Either you hit the damn thing and you're in forever, or you don't hit it and you kind of awkwardly start waddling away having a bad time. It's a bold draft, but I hate Vitality B. This is where you're at. Are they looking? Is that switching? That's not switch. That's your Lucian mid. That's Lucian mid. The Amumu song. The problem is the Amumu song, I always now go into bloody, why don't you love who I am? What could have been? Because they got quite similar riffs. Oh. Okay, it's the little sad money one. That is Lucian mid. Okay, Vitality B have been cooking. You've got Amumu and Sejuani to set up the Lucian passive if they come and gank. And VTO is historically a bit of an AD carry mid player. He used to, as I said, do a lot of Kai'Sa mid, the AP Kai'Sa mid, the Zeri mid as well. Huh. Okay, so I think Lost Returns have got the more meta drafts in the sense that actually they've got a lot of tools to avoid the CC, big AoE damage in team fight, and a lot of people who will die to that burst. That said, if Vitality B land a good Amumu combo, land a good Sejuani ultimate, the person who is hit will die. What happens after that, I don't know, because you are a little bit shotgunny here. And that can get a bit dicey. But we shall see, folks. We shall see. Onto the rift we go.
Until minions spawn. A summoner has disconnected. Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
I sure hope Yoppa is good. He's autoing Gregor's face. Yoppa is a great AD carry. And in fairness, like, sometimes you got to order the thing in front of you. I don't think he had a fantastic, I don't think he's had a fantastic series, but I think on the whole, Yoppa has played a very good Swiss stage, and don't judge him just by this slightly awkward series. He is genuinely really good, and he's been good for a number of years. He used to be paired with a guy called Clocks as well, who was a great duo, sort of NLC to NLC Div 2. He's been on a really good journey. I think he could definitely look to maybe make a jump to LEC over the offseason. We'll see. Moonwell into Zigzag combo. Yep. Here's a wombo combo. Big time. That plus Ambessa ult plus Lucian culling. They will get blasted. Also, remember Amumu shreds magic resist with his passive. So we'll make sure that Ziggs hits real hard. Already the level 1 bandage toss, but Reckless has gone Guardian. Yeah, probably does want that this game, actually. Yopper and summer version of Den Voxner, yeah. I think Den Voxner doesn't lane as well as I think he might need to for LEC top tier. But he's very flexible, great team fighter, really solid work ethic. Mechanically fantastic in fights. Plays everything. He's a mage player bot as well. I love they got the solo queue stats for Baus as well. Yeah. Yeah, they do. I wonder why they prefer the Ziggs bot instead of Lucian. The Ziggs is better into the Sivir. You manage the wave clear better. Probably step 1. So theoretically, the Lucian and Mumu could have gone all in a bit harder. But hey. And Lucian mid bullies the Aurora, I suspect. And thus far has kind of proven to be true. Even if it's not as dominant as it once was, still I imagine not the most fun for Aurora. Who's quite short range for a mage. Needs to actually get a little bit close to get her E off in a good way. Yordle bot lane is true. And they've got like fantasy options. They've got the fighter and the wizard. They've got D&D party down here. AP Jax Abowsi? Yeah. Yes, it will be. Of course, it's Jax. And it's a phase rush, so it will be. If he goes AD, it's cooked. Yeah. I mean, it would have been okay, this game. But I think the AP is actually probably not bad for the upfront burst to go with, like, the Aurora and the Zed ult and stuff. Ow. Gen X good trade there. Let's pray Crowny got hit for small hitboxes. Ooh! Nemesis good trade back. Lurox is around, but it's a known quantity. Value's here as well. And importantly, you will notice, Value got the reset off and got, I think, both Scuttle Crabs. He did. He got to double Scuttle and reset for the Longswords. Because this is what happens with the Zed. Reckless, Battle Dance. After the Grand Entrance is fine. Okay. Zed clears so fast, he can reset having full clear, double Longsword, and still contest Scuttle Crab. So that's what he did, and he managed to get both Scuttles early, which is very, very nice. He's got the double Longsword, gets to go for an X clear. We'll have a fantastic second back as well. It's a very nice start for the Zed. We've not talked about it too much, but we probably should have done. One of the reasons why Zed became such a prominent thing in the jungle, you just clear so fast, you can turn up and fight at Scuttle Crab with the double Longsword advantage, which is pretty significant. Anivia Best Channel, you know it. Great to be collaborating with Anivia. He's a lovely dude. Been working with myself and Nightmare all year, which has been pretty cool. Nemesis, spotted out by Decap. Ooh, not bad chunk there. The twofold Hex landing means that Decap can't look for it anymore. Yeah, that's rough. Oh, Bounce's TP back in. He didn't go Symbiotic Souls. I thought he might. Decap is here to try and get the wave shoved. Nemesis just standing behind the minions, preventing Decap from running too easy an angle. You could still get bandage tossed here, Nemesis. But they won't. He had the Between Worlds. It would have been tricky to full send it. And Reckless is here. Fun to see these comps being so different. LR playing for picks with Triple Assassin. Yep. Especially AP Jax. While Vitality B goes to 5v5 team fight comp and lockdown. Even then, I think Vitality B's team fight comp is very much about, I CC'd this one person and screw you in particular. Because it's Sejuani ult, into Amumu ult, into Ziggs ult, into Ambessa ult. If you catch multiple people within that, all well and good. But realistically, you're trying to hit the Sivir, or the Zed, or the Aurora. Someone important is blasting them with the comp. Just looking at his Gen X. The rest just don't know how to play Team Fast Precision. I think Gen X has actually played a pretty good series. I agree. The Yorick was really problematic. Game 1, his Scion was one of the few winning points on the map. I actually think Gen X has largely been a better player than Baus. For the early stages of the game, at least, anyway. Baus is still finding value later on, and that's been great for him. Like, the Cho'Gath and the Gragas mid-game were still both fantastic. Okay. Q1 misses. Q2 lands. Zed in danger now. Won't get too much more CC. The Guardian proc comes on through. Zed orders Might is nutty. Yeah, it is. Or, yeah, it's a pretty nasty secure. Or it's one of the reasons why as Zed you actually smite early to help with your clear. Because you want to get your passive cycling as much as possible on camps. Okay, a bit of a chunk there. Vitality be hard losing the late game. Do I agree with that statement? I'm not sure, because I think late game, Lost Returns are a bloody squishy comp. And for all they scale very, very, very well, there is a world where late game you get hit by one bit of CC, and a person gets blasted by an incidental ultimate, and then you're playing a 5v4 with a man down, which gets tricky. I don't think it's quite as simple as that. For all that, obviously, the scaling of a quad carry comp is pretty scary. 1-for-1 in grubs. I think they're going to have to give up the second one here. It's potentially nasty angle. Quickness in the backside. Decap doesn't have ult yet. Velya gets bounced around and dies. There's the death mark off. We should get some value here, but died mid-ult. So that's not great. LR. Where is Baus? Not quite here yet. And they're walking across 30 tons of vision anyway. They walked into that having, like, no vision. That's very greedy. Velya got CC to death. We wonder whether that might happen. Because I worry that basically Sejuani and Mumuel into Mega Inferno Bomb and Bessa is like a dead sentence to everyone. So how did Velya get nabbed here? He just walks into... Okay, gets Sejuani ulted into Seismic Shove. Yeah, not Seismic Shove. Permafrost. Permafrost. All falls apart. Well played by Lurix. Yeah, very. There's wards everywhere there as well. Like, they just walked across all the wards ever. It's a little problematic. Not the end of the world, but still. I think they were hoping to get a bit more value there, especially because the death mark went on cooldown. They just didn't get any value out of it. That's the LR team fights again in action. Been a little hit and miss, especially because they often take team fights regardless, and they've not always been doing due diligence clearing out wards. You see, Vitality B have been a lot more careful about making sure they got river control in particular. They got wards everywhere. They did have that going for them for large portions of last game as well, but when it fell apart, it became a problem. Ouch. Yeah. Baus does that and runs away. Waits on phase rush timing, does it again. That'll be the plan anyway. Hey, Amber. Oh, I see. I've already said hey to Amber. You can have a second here. Okay. So, again, relatively quiet early game, which largely favors LR. Nice buffer through the CC by Genax. Baus is speeding up with the phase, which we'll get out here, but does lose that trade fairly heavily. Has got TP, though, so can rejoin quite happily here. But means he will not be able to join the dragon fight. I wonder what... Bit greeding out a little bit here. Dodging back on that Sundering Slam is important. Got a cunning swipe available. Getting to a point where the AP is enough to clear out the wave. Hops back, we'll reset. Down a bit of CS, but it's not the end of the world. Has he got Nash's on reset? Yes, he does. Okay, that's not bad. Did he sell a Doran's ring for it? No, he didn't. Okay, just got away with it. That's not bad. Where did he go? Is he TP back? No, okay, he's just joined over here. I was looking at the minimap. And they'll send Nemesis up to deal with topside. That's fine. Yep. Faust goes bot. Has got Nash's, feeling happy. Voltaic Cyclosaur build from the Z. Okay. The slows are really nice into what is quite a short-range comp. Oh, Bousy. Oh, Bousy. Oh, they missed everything. Oh, no. Does it matter? They can still look to curse the Sad Mummy. He's got Counter-Strike rolling. Double slow. Phase rush. Bandage toss number 2. Hop away. Bounced out. Flash away. He's gone. They burned all the ults and they didn't kill him. Nah. That's bad. He should have been dead to rights there. If I'm Zed, you might look to get a couple plates here. Fine. Keep an eye on Genax, making sure he can't walk up. He still doesn't have ult for another 8 seconds. Lurox is nowhere near. They're going to try and rush this. The problem is they're into a Ziggs. I don't think you win this. Baus going to come over and try and clear this up. Got to keep the main going. That's it. Oh. Oh, they did kill the turret. Okay, couldn't quite clear it in time. Fine. They get first turret. It's not beat to strength. Not yet. They need another couple kills or a couple objectives, but still nicely done. Genax needs to be a bit careful there, yeah, but I say Reckless was just waiting around the corner there. Ground entrance. Decent chunk. Nemesis will get another passive off. Spirit Abjuration doing its work. Biffy, is that you? L, that's very rude, but I see your point. That's a tilt. It was a bit.
Turret plating will soon fall.
There's the Heart Steel. I don't see a lot of Cyclo Sword first Z these. I remind myself of exactly what I'm getting from it. Obviously, it gets the Brutalizer, which is nice. A good build path. Couple minutes till Dragon. Don't think we're seeing a dive on that one. It's fine. Attack damage, lethality, ability haste. Dash and stealth stack. So there was a point where basically you used to get a lot of Vitalic Voltaic Cyclosaur value off using your W. You used to stack it really well. In fact, the slow is not bad this game because your actual CC is quite limited for lost return. So Voltaic Cyclosaur allowing you a bit more sticking power, I think is probably not unwise this game, actually. So thinking through it, I think the Cyclosaur value in terms of getting on top of the Lucian or the Ziggs, getting that slow from the auto, getting the value off the blink dash as well to set it up is really, really good. So I think I can see the angle for it. Okay, gank bot side. Genax is in a lot of danger. Public execution, death mark. Genax, I think it's just dead. Yeah, nice. Triple shuriken. Very nice, Velia. And that probably means bot side turret unless they TP in. Yoppa has ult. They're losing Herald for this. Do they care? They've already given up first turret, not the end of the world. They'll trade for a turret here anyway. So, kill plus turret for Herald, I think that's worth for lost returns, personally.
Red team's turret.
But Serbia, I think you're probably being a little bit... I think you just misunderstand what they are as a team, lost returns. Nemesis, try to get between worlds, can't. That's unfortunate for him. Why was he there by himself? They weren't contesting Herald. Lazy, not a fan of that. Does Ambassador even win against Jax? She's not bad into Jax. It's been a matchup, or rather, it's a skill matchup is the answer. AP Jax is a different matter, and I genuinely don't know what the breakpoints are there, because it plays so damn differently. The only thing is you've got Herald plus Ziggs. The Herald value with Grubs and Ziggs goes very, very hard. It's not quite as simple as, oh, they already got first turret. Herald value's not that great. Like, it's increasingly good because you've got a Ziggs and you can execute turrets. Thank you for the follow, DKKKK. Ke. That's all. Flash away from Nemesis. Bloody hell.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Okay, Valia's around. Not that bad a deal. It's only 100 gold or so, one way or the other. What does Valia have on back? Dirk? Oh, no, he doesn't. Ooh, what's he going here? Pickaxe double longsword. Would you say Baus is somewhat selfish playstyle is the reason Allies had such a hard time early game, or am I just dead wrong? It's part of it. Part of it. They're giving up a dragon here, so that's feats over to Vitality B. Okay, they're giving it up. So the answer is in part yes, because Baus is but you've also got to remember that they are also, in general, as a team, liable to give up early kills, because they will greed on weak side of the map, whatever it is, for more resources, and they will give up kills doing it. One of the reasons why things like Kiana are so good into them, because Kiana taking those early kills and then exploding it onto the rest of the map means that even though you gave it up on weak side, your strong side is then affected more heavily. And part of that as well is the fact that jungle support aren't fantastic at making the most cohesive plays defensively in particular early on. And part of that as well is that Nemesis and Crowny aren't really willing to sack waves to make plays happen. Can't be a 3S as a good. And then you sort of see them try and contest things that they probably shouldn't. And try and basically greed. There's a lot of greed from the LR early game, basically. And it can get them in a lot of trouble. Thanks for the yeah, exactly. I mean, you'll get more of it from watching, is the honest answer. And just having these conversations. Because you're right, Baus is definitely a part of it. Definitely a part of it. But when it goes well, Baus dying still leads to him going up in XP and or gold. And he buys a lot of attention to allow the other side of the map to have things happen. That's just not been happening as consistently recently, so it's just looking slightly worse. And jumping on a Baus, as we're speaking about, he's gone very deep there by himself. That's not bad back, actually. Value should get one. Will do. Death Mark. Passive. Between Worlds. Decent shield, not enough. Cross the Veil from Nemesis. Ease away. Mega Inferno Bomb. Nemesis. Ooh, nearly got saved by Reckless. Not quite. Yeah, that's the CC chain issues we were talking about. 2 for 1. I was a little bit surprised Value couldn't just get the one shot there onto the Ambassador. Yeah, I don't think they were expecting quite as many people from Vitality to be there. Have I got a cut on my forehead or something? I don't know what this is. Come on. Can't see a damn thing. I do. How did I get this? From what? That's wild. Here's the replay. Yeah, random thing on my forehead. I think it's just a cut. That a really weird hair that's just stuck to my forehead. Which is what I thought it was originally. But I don't think it is. Dead Shuriken, yeah. Not bad. Eclipse second for the Zed. That's fair. Bit of more dueling power. Zed is a good user of it. He's about to potentially face check Genax. Belly will try and clear up the Skull Crab. We'll need to go over the wall. Does. We'll get some health back from the camps. That's good from Genax to prevent the Skull Crab going over. Reckless hops away. Decup could potentially join a bit further forward. Won't. A little bit tricky now for Lost Returns. Jumping on a Zed. Oh, good death mark to avoid the ult. Hops away. Okay, so burns his ult. Burns 2 ults, actually, because it's Lurox as well. And he does lose the red buff. So in the end, 2 ults for ult and red buff. I think they've got okay anti-tank damage, because a reminder that the Aurora with this build will have very good anti-tank damage. Sivir will be alright. Jax will be alright. Zed's whatever. Oh dear, Reckless. Oh dear. Flash, Battle Dance away, Grand Entrance away. Ah, that's not a great TP. That's not a great TP. Faust gets out. Not a problem. All is planned. And it's a tangentially tanky team from Vitality B. Again, that's a Mumu support who's only on a Locky. He's not that tanky. It's the Sejuani is tanky-ish. 2 items out and Ending Despair helps. Did Faust really just TP and base after? Yeah, he kind of had to. He was going to come in for a play that wasn't actually happening, ended up getting punished. He's like, I got taken way too late. Little overeager on the TP trigger pull. He's been a bit late. Like, again, Faust has often been known to do that, shall we say. Dragon's up. Would be sole point for LR. Faust is roaming back up again, having got the wave shoved. The control ward over by their red buff, actually. Oh, great cleanse from Crowny with the spell shield. So Sejuani ult down. That's actually fairly significant. You still don't have a moonwall. They've lost a lot of their big ults here, actually. Hang on, Vitality B are playing with just a culling and a public execution now. Baus. Baus! Okay, Rocket Belt's away. Battle Dance. Not Battle Dance. Leap Strike. Yeah, like, they are really low on ults now. I think they've got to be very careful with this. Gonna reset to have Leap Strike away. Here comes the TP. Redemption. Heals people back up. Nemesis goes across the veil. Public execution lands. That looked like it wasn't going to land on end. Quickness comes on down. Not the best, but it's still going down. It's going to be an Atacard flip. Velia's won a lot of these early. Decap taken very low. They just had their resist shredded. You've got to be very aware of Velia's ability to pop someone at the minute with their resist being shredded. Between worlds. Oh, this is going to stick flip. That is taken by Velia with the auto and the smite. Oh, hang on. Last, they got the death mark down. Should pop VTO and does. Blast cones out. Can potentially even pick up Decap on the way with a good set of shurikens. We'll see. He's out. 1 for 1 and the Atacard. Auto smite from Zed is silly with low HP. Watch the HP here, because I'm pretty sure Velia gets a really good auto smite. 2000 HP, flash, yeah. 1800 into auto smite. Contempt for the Weak is a hell of a passive. Deathmark gets one on the way out. Velia, excellent work. Now 3 and 1. Yop is low. Had to flash. Crowny gets him with the ricochet. They do blow up Velia, which prevents soul point potentially, but they are now losing Lurox. Potentially has to flash over the wall. Boomerang blade just wide. Not great HP bars here, so Lost Returns could probably still have a look at the dragon regardless. Why would you get Mikhail? Sivir has spell shield and cleanse. True enough. You probably want a Mikhail's, so you could probably afford a Mikhail second, because a lot of other people don't have the cleanse, right? Because actually, do I want to keep Zed safe? Do I want to keep Nemesis safe on the Aurora? Do I want just another cleanse for the Sivir? Because then actually, even having thrown everything at it, you just can't kill it now. I think Redemption is fine for keeping people topped up, especially because they're not the tankiest team. LR hate watchers, do not worry. I've tuned in now, which means LR's getting reverse swept. The universe revolves around me, says Elticor. That's a strong statement. Ooh, hang on. Bounce, Decap. Gonna try and jump on top of him. Can't quite kill him. Quickness comes on down. Decap. Disappeared. Nice angle. Bounce needs to hop away and does. Good redemption heal. Now full V5 without your big engage tool. And potentially Smite fight it regardless. 3000 HP. Bounce going low. Wanting to hop over the wall. Smite fight taken by Velia. Again, he's not lost. Public execution probably means you lose Nemesis. Crowny's now low. That's a bit rough. Baron's up reminder. What a death mark angle. Can Vitality B just turn around to look at Baron? Need to be a bit careful because there'll be a lot of poke that could come out here, yeah? Bast's got TP. Reckless spotting. TP's in. They need to force this now, otherwise it's really, really tricky. Decap is back. 20 seconds on Nemesis, got a TP of his own. It will be a 4v5. Playable. They're trying to find their way into the river here, and they have like very limited control. Control ward is a pretty solid angle. Not the fastest Baron taking here from Vitality B, it has to be said. Especially with Yopper poking, down at 8,000 HP. Velia with the Living Shadow can get to the pit still. Watch Velia, he's being body blocked by Reckless. They have to pull off the Baron. They can't get that much more value. Nemesis TP'd in. That'll have to do. Can now look mid lane because Vitality have to reset and they can't get the Baron. They don't want to flip it. I think at that point you probably just have the Baron and keep rushing it. At this point, you're now down Soul Point, have spent so much time around that you can't get some value. At least you can Mega Inferno Bomb the mid-wave and prevent that going on down. But I think at that point, you've gotten your kills. If you don't do that, I think you are still down Soul Point and things are very tricky. Good dance here. Yeah, agreed. No support items are only for ADC. Yeah, there's some truth to that. I still think Redemption is perfectly fine here for the Rakan. It's a really good item. It's actually proven its value very, very highly here for a bit of a HP seal. I think you flip when Zed is his live value is stolen so much. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it would be a flip. But the point is, if you win the flip, that probably gets you back in the game fairly heavily, whereas I'm not sure you're going to get a better window ever again. Death Mark onto Yopper. We'll hop back. Bit of a waste, but again, it's not the longest cooldown. You're level 15. A lot of ability haste in this build. It was speculative. Vitality be a little bit too scared? Yeah. Why are we talking as if Vitality down in gold? True. What they are down is Atakan and Soul Point. So they are still down in that regards. And they have not won a lot of on-screen fights in a while. That was the best fight they've had in a bit. The Lucian's up gold, that's great, but it's still a mid-lane Lucian, which isn't exactly been consistent. And we've sort of been worried a little bit about, like, look, Vitality, you actually do need to land some good combos. And they're not really done that late. And then again, Dragon, Atakan. Some really frustrating picks. That was the best fight they've had in a long time. We'll see whether the 3-item Lucian can do some work here. Need to. And in fairness, into a very squishy comp. Nemesis going to see Lurox. Goes across the Veil. Permafrost down. Mega Inferno Bomb. Oh, Lord! Yeah. See, that is the combo you have to be afraid about still. But, you know, you probably got a point there. I'm probably being a little bit... I am probably feeling like, actually, that giving up the Soul Point was more significant than it was in terms of not taking the Baron there. I hear the point there. You probably have taken it a little bit hard there. I think I hadn't properly clocked the Vitality were in as good a spot with their mid lane as they were. Partly because I think, actually, Vito's just picked up a lot of side lane farm recently, which is kind of cray-cray. Lucian is so useless this game. Not necessarily. I don't think he's done that much work yet this game. Crowny has to flash there, though. That'll do. The moment we say it, he literally gets quite a lot of value. Between Worlds as well. Not bad. And the Lucian's got a lot of people to, like, get CC to go through Vigilance passives for. And it did mean that the Aurora's not the most fun. Baus, though, all the while gets a tier 2. Nash's Tooth angle. Look, you hit this point on AP Jax, where with Nash's Tooth in particular, you just do so much damage to towers. Like, weirdly, AP auto attackers end up doing more damage to towers than ADs do post a certain point. It's kind of wild. Because of how they changed how AP affects turrets. Edge of Night for the Zed is very smart. A lot harder to pick him off. Because it sometimes feels like, obviously, a lot of auto attacks, which is what you need to do to turrets, build AD, right? And then that's why they're the ones you need to have to take turrets down really quickly. But actually, if you look at an AP champion, an AP auto attack champion, the Jax, you shred turrets ridiculously fast. They can afford to give up this Dragon look for Baron. That's what they're doing. What they're doing. Velia was kind of baiting them, saying, haha, I'm going to do this. And he can get over there and smite this. They don't know it's happening until just now. Oh, God. Hang on. Because Value wasn't in there, they could potentially look to Mega Inferno bomb it! It's fine. It's fine, it's fine. Not stolen. Give you a hug. No. That's gonna get another tier 2 with the Baron as well. He's so annoying this game. He just picked up like 1,400 gold plus waves. Hang on, Ambessa's not back. Baus hasn't backed him, and Ambessa's not back. Ambessa's in a lot of danger here. You can see all the pings. I think Genax has screwed it. He needs to get a really good public execution here. Good stun. Okay, they can't actually hurt him. Okay, I take it back. I thought Reckless and Nemesis were going to be there faster. They did too. That actually delays a fair amount of the Baron. Actually delays a fair amount of the Baron, I'm not going to lie. Riftmaker now for the Jax. Kind of scary.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
He's actually doing fine. How does this AP Jax work, by the way? Basically, with Phase Rush, you basically leap strike, counter strike, and run away with the Phase Rush. Decap's dead. We're going to have to talk about this afterwards. Public execution goes wide, so Genax doesn't get that much value. You can try and jump on a Nemesis, but between worlds, so Genax doesn't finish what he started. Velia is really deep, but flashed over the wall. Does actually die, but Genax will trade it. All the while, Jax is finishing it! It's 4v5 and Baus is in the base! Oh my god. Your consistent DPS kind of sucks, AP Jax, but your burst is ridiculous, basically. And you have a lot of mobility because you build a lot of ability haste. But basically, you leap strike, counter strike, and phase rush away. And you burst for really heavy. You've got quite a lot of wave clear because your counter strike clears the wave. Oh, very nice from Velia. Yeah. Did he get Mikhail's on the way? Oh, very nice. He did. Oh, yeah, Edge of Night. Edge of Night was what did it. Sorry. Obligation goes wide. And then he tries to get Yopper and can't quite do it with the satchel there. So Velia tries to flash out and can't quite do it. Unfortunately, the last order was already in the air, so they can't get him. But the problem is, Baus was already kind of ending the game. But yes, AP Jax is effectively hits about 2 items, or Nash's Tooth in particular. The early lane really, really sucks as AP Jax. However, you hit about 1 item, and suddenly Nash's Tooth allows you to at least threaten towers. 2 items, and you actually start clearing waves properly. 3, and you start getting these very, very obnoxious burst trades, where you hit people really, really hard. The problem is, you have very limited early skirmishing power. You don't duel as well. You kind of get these weird burst winners you run in and out. But you need to rely on phase rush value, basically. Don't forget your counter strike. Also, it scales with the amount of you're being hit. So yeah, you take aggro from the minion wave. Very good point, actually, that one. So if you want to get as much counter strike value as possible. So basically, you are trying to hit people for counter strike damage. And then when you do all in later, you're trying to use your Grandmaster's Might and Empower to give you as many stats as possible to wail on people with Riftmaker and Nash's Tooth scaling. Brownie 400 CS, yup. Nearly Flame Horizoning, actually. Also, Lucian has Flame Horizoned Aurora. So we kind of got 2 different carries being donated farm. Does it matter? Probably not, actually, because I don't think the Lucian is really winning them the game at the minute, is he? There you go. But yeah, it's a weird one. And AP Jax spikes at very weird times. But the key thing with AP Jax is even beyond normal Jax, you take turrets really, really. Like, faster than normal Jax. It's pretty wild. Lucian doesn't scale as hard as other ADCs. I'd say he doesn't scale as safely as other ADCs. You do scale quite well in the sense you can do a lot of damage still. But you're very reliant on cycling through a lot of your autos. And that involves getting quite close to enemy AD champions, and that can be really dangerous. Nemesis is going to potentially die. Got a lot of damage. Good quickness, Baus. Hasn't got all that much value yet. Vito, good culling. Value goes and falls and fails! Value failed to get the execute with the Cyclo Sword, but it doesn't matter. They killed everyone else because Baus is a bit silly alongside Crowny. Oh, that's what we're talking about. Yeah. DP out from VTO. Trying to save the turrets and the waves. It won't matter. I think that's game. I think LR just 3-0'd them. I think LR just 3-0'd them. I think they did. He goes, Jack's put back door in the base to his wife. The man. Oh, like that. See? Yeah. Counter-strike. Auto a couple times. People are dead. And that's it. Oh, my days, LR. From nearly falling out in Swiss to 3-0ing the 4-0 squad out of Swiss stage. GG. Nicely done. Let's have a look and see how the other series are going, shall we? Are any of the other ones going longer? Let's have a look at this. Where are we at? Oh, that's still close. Right. What do we want to watch? I feel like Galleon's Barcelona is the one to watch, right? I think if there's another series on, we might keep watching, guys. Depending on where things are at. There is LR might meet the winner. Good question. No, that happened yesterday. Yes? Hang on. Mirror Masters. 2025 season. Yeah, that happened yesterday. So that was KCB. Oh no, it isn't. That'd be Galleon. Sorry, I take it back. It'd be Galleons versus Barca. That's the one that they would meet. That's probably the one we want to watch. It has to be Galleons versus Barca. You're absolutely right. Right, let's go have a look, shall we? Let's go have a look. Oh, nice job, Crowny. Good damage. All right. Which feed is that on? 1 second. Feed 2. Okay. Right, we're going to lose audio for a second here. Give it a second. Whoa! We're in. Oh, this has ended as well. There we go. Where's this one at? Where are we at? Ooh, Barca. Oh, no, they fell to the Nexus? Oh, no, Barca. Bloody hell. Do that. As unusual. Let's have a bit of an edit, shall we? Ooh, wait, edit on. Huh? Okay. Stream, I want to share the stream, I want to... stream's... Okay, that puts us at 2-1 for Barca. That was bloody close both ways. Look at that, big throw. It's a bit of a spoiler. That's the way we do this. There we go. That's probably a better way of doing it. Oh, really? That'll do. Right. Both roster pretty stacked. Agreed. Bisto. I'm gonna need some more water. Zealous was a rogue support. He was. Didn't do that well, but again, it was rogue. 113 MVP. No idea. Might have been, actually. He had a good... Hydrate, posture check. Yeah, in fact, I'm going to go do that. Let me go get some more water and about another cup of tea and get myself sorted. And a stretch. Yeah, probably worthy, Grumpy. Let me go sort myself out. Oh.
nothing inside. Will it unleash me, burning down the walls? Is there a way for me to break? I'm a shapeshifter at Paul's masquerade, hiding both face and mind, all free for you to throw. I'm a shapeshifter.
Oh, and then I'm back. Oh. Don't remember Whistle being a character. What am I? Well, the Police have Partisans, to be honest, had a really rough bunch of teams to beat. Even the players were good. And there's my boys Steph and Desire. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, obviously excellent as well as a player I've cast for a long, long time. He's pretty amazing. 24 hours in his worlds already. I know, we're nearly there. We're nearly there. The rats are always peak. Hell yeah. You actually thought Lost Returns lose? I'm not gonna lie. I thought it was gonna be a bit of. I thought could be a mess. I really did after Swiss stage, and it was a pretty messy game too as well. I need to sort my food out at some point as well. Whoa, we're back. Let's go. Someone just linked me a Chinese nickname master list, which is very helpful. New draft music. We're going into the Matrix, Neo. Yeah. My, it's freaking Lost Returns if I always find a way. I worried. I saw the mental crash out happening. And I didn't want to believe too tightly. Anyway, Galleons on red side, banning away the Zed and the Jin. We'll win the Maokai away as well. And the biggest thing I is the players actually like each other. That's true. I think they do view the game quite differently though, which has definitely hurt them, particularly in the early game. I haven't bought a cereal. Bought this Nestle Golden Graham cereal. Says new on the box. Horrible. Went soggy in about 15 seconds. Guys, I cannot apologize. Actually, you know what? You bought the Nestle cereal. You've done this yourself. I have no sympathy. I take it back. All right. First pick of the job. What are we looking to go on the other side? Where are we at, actually? Because we're coming in a bit halfway through. So there's already had the Kiana. Already had the Neferi. Zed's been banned. So that's not an option. Poppy available. Poppy's gone. We're basically out of AD skirmishes. Lee Sin a possibility. Might be at that angle. Sejuani, I suppose. We've got the tank. Vi, of course, would make a lot of sense as well. With the Ezreal lock early as a takeaway from Legolas as well, you can theoretically have a support that follows the Vi very aggressively and leaves that one alone. Funniest thing is... What did I miss? Funniest thing about Lurox tweeted easy, started the bracket after the draft and got Velia diffed. Oof. Yeah, that'll be a bit of a rough one. Who are we hoping to win? I'm pretty happy either way. I think both of these teams are really fun. I think 113 is a bit of a menace. And I've been really enjoying watching him play. But Xerxes on the side. In fact, I'm really excited for this jungle matchup. I think 113 versus Xerxes should be a lot of fun. I think Saren and Chekalad as your mid lane as well. That mid jungle 2v2 should be really, really excited. So I'm very much a neutral viewer here. So I'm just here for the League of Legends. That for chat, I don't mind. In fact, I probably ought to, you know what? We've not done this yet. I ought to run a poll. I've not done that in a while. I'll do it off my mobile. Probably easier. Hey, thank you for the follow, Canaferez. Welcome on in. Thanks for being here. I still owe you a stretch. I've got some hydration on the way. Orn's in. Man, Barca have gone full team fight, full scaling. Akali to follow the Vi. Thank you very much for the follow, Salamander. 10,001! What were the other 10,000 Salamanders? They're real dangerous. Also, thank you very much for the follow. Second base bans, we mostly support, I'd imagine, by Barca. I am surprised to see them banning the Braum. But I suppose they want an engaged support with this comp, even if the Braum would be good into the Ornn. Let me run a poll. Okay. 4. Nico away. Yeah, that would be a big engage option. What have we lost? We've lost the Pike from Zoelis. Actually, was that a white-in option? I don't know who picked what. That's the problem. We're coming in halfway through the series. Misfortune away from Legolas. Yeah, it would have been a good wombo combo with everything else. And you've got enough that might have been a bit dodgy damage-wise. Alistair ban, probably. I think it is probably a fairly easy Alistair lock here at the minute. Rel's down, Gragas support as well. What have we missed bot lane, guys? Like my accent, thank you very much. I like it too. Yeah, someone played Gragas support. I had to look through the old... I'll have a look through the... like post-game screenshots later on. Okay, Nautilus. Nautilus makes sense. But we've still got Alistair. We've still got Leona. Both, I think, are fine here. Nautilus fits better with the diving comp, probably. Hawkeye. Vayne's awful this game. Kai'Sa's potentially doable. Jinx with frontline. They're risky into a Vi Nautilus. Tristana the buffer through the Vi. Hyper carry. Legolas gets the mobility and the ability to go psycho, which he does love. Oh, Leona first. It might be Leona Corky, guys, honestly. But we'll see. Boom. Some predictions. Get stuck in. Just Corky Leona. Yeah, I wonder whether it might be. It's very cookie cutter from Barcelona. Not bad. But you are basically Ornn Jarvaning with the Leona on top and having Corky and Azir do consistent DPS, whoever is trapped within the Cataclysm and or Solar Flare. Galleons are much more about the dive and the pick. Jax is a potential answer into the Ornn. Okay. More damage. More scrappy. Good skirmishing. Good target access. But not so great in the 5v5 straight up. If they just have to sit there and play a front to back, it's not fun. They need to get onto the Azir. They need to get onto the Corky. And they need that Vi and Akali to blast one of them straight away. It's doable. And it's certainly got that ability to get past the front line very aggressively. Especially with, say, a flanking Jax or an Akali on a flank. That can break that front line. That will be a big deal. If it does come down to mid to late game front to back with Azir and Corky being the DPS check, I think Galleons will have a lot harder time. However, they've got a lot of agency, a lot of target access, and a lot of upfront burst to delete one of these carries before the Ornn or the Leona can save them. And a Corky Valkyrie, an Azir slide and glide isn't necessarily going to be enough to keep people safe. Interesting. Absolutely no Barcelona voters right now. Welcome in, one and all. Isn't a lot of the old bar team ex-LEC as well? Yes, they are. Yes, they are. We have seen 113 and Chekalad up there. I don't think Legolas has ever had the opportunity. White Knight and White in, Honestly, don't remember, but that's not to say they haven't been and I'm just forgetting. Always a possibility, I hate to say. Let's have a look. I feel like I might have seen White Knight at LEC, but a long time ago now. It's been a few years. Yeah, he was on Astralis for a bit. He spent about a year on Astralis in 2020. So a little bit on basically for Astralis in 2021. That's right. I remember him being up there somewhere. And he was on Koi before they joined up. And he was also on Unicorns of Love for a bit. Unicorns of Love was their top laner, if you remember that one. So I can't remember what. I think that was while they were still in E. So yes, he was former top laner up there. Or former LEC top. I thought he had been. Whiten, I don't remember so well. Yeah, Whiten has never had the chance. I don't think. Unless, was he on Heretics with that? No, he wasn't. That was still the Academy squad. Okay.
Minions have spawned.
Okay, yeah. The White Knight was. I just need to remember exactly where, because I was thinking it's a little while ago now. 4 or 5 years ago. Galleon's outrange Bast very heavily. I agree. Oh, CLGEU got timed out. I'm sorry. Hang on. Let me save you, Laxio. Yeah, because you typed CLGEU with the dot in, it caught you for a link, which is silly, but you know how it is. Thanks, stories. How about returns? They made it already. They have. If you scroll back in the VOD, you can watch the Lost Returns games on Anivia already. They managed their way. Quite well. 3-0 for them. We draft all that more. Give me this. I'm going to get my cup of tea from the kitchen. I should have done that while I was in the break, actually. I was too busy doing predictions. And I'll have a think about it. I think both are playable. I think Bastards is more stable, assuming a quiet early game. If things snowball, and it's very possible that they do, I think Galleons are happier. I think it's even enough, but very different windows of power. Hello, Eberinian. Choo-choo. Darren Solicar. Astralis White Knight. Yep. I'd forgotten about that. I feel like he's been at least. It's been a little while. What happened bot lane? Oh, fell flash to follow Harpoon. But it's still flash. You're largely okay with that. 1-1-3 getting hooked, though, meant that it did end up being a kill back. Oh my god, it's messy bot side. Hang on. I think you get that as the Leona. Not bad. And Legolas survives as this Jarvan's coming on down. Wow. Okay. Well, that's now problematic as Harpoon is dead. 1-1-3 can look at this. Yeah, if Zoelis sticks to hold this wave, he's in danger. It needs to be really afraid. They can dive this. They absolutely can dive this. Zoelis has got nothing to work with. He needs a really good aftershock block, and he's not going to get it. Nicely done. Very good dive. I understand why Zoelis wanted to stick around. You saw how low. Is the audio crazy desynced? Is it? Oh. Yes, it is, isn't it? Wow. Hang on, let's have a bit of a... Okay, yeah, you're right, it is. Let's have a fix of that. Let's use it. Yes, it is. Good grief. One sec. Right, guys. The feed's going to disappear for a second. We're going to try and get that desync fixed, because you're right, it is very, very desynced. That was really weird. Has that fixed it? Yes, it has. How did you not notice? I was busy getting my cup of tea. Yeah, okay, that's better. Wasn't desync for me at all. It was on my end, so I think it slipped out of sync at some point. Because basically we were listening to basically what was the key for me is we were watching Jack's auto and you were hearing the auto about a second later. It was really out of sync. Has now fixed it, however. No AP Jack's disappointed, I know. Sometimes it's the way of these things. If Barcelona get to 30 minutes and they aren't more than 3k behind, they win the game. It's definitely easier for them to play out straight objective fights later on. Again, it's not a guarantee because Akali, Vi, Jax, Nautilus, all really, really annoying. And I will also say, Ezreal strictly outranges pretty much the entirety of Barca as well. So there is a world where Ezreal gets to just kind of beat Corki Azir theoretically. But it requires Harpoon to be really, really, really good. The Lion does not concern himself with AD scaling, says Namacum, with a very nice Game of Thrones reference. Ez with blue buff, very scary. Could have been. Is there a team of rooting for in EMEA to have a chance to go to LEC win split? Well, of course, Lost Run's already made it. Who would I like to see it aside from that point? I actually quite like this Galleons roster. I think they're really cool. I think it'd be cool to see Seren have a go at LEC level. I think he's been worthy of a go for a while. Obviously had a good showing over in other regions before this. Where was he? He was in, was it CBLOL or LLA? Ragnar's going to get a lot of value here onto 113. It's a grass proc, backs away. Who else would I like to say? I think GK are really cool, and I've really liked them for a while. They would be a really fun one. Decent chunk. KCB is solid. Yukino having a show. I think it'd be cool to see Yukino, and I think X-Kick deserves another shot. LEC level, I think that could be a fun one. I think Slowq might get his ass kicked a bit, though. I like him. I really do. But I have seen the level. The floor to Slowq is a little bit low. Gentlemate as well. Yeah, agreed. I mean, like, I think Empiros in particular has always been really inspirational to me. I love watching him and Vladdy on the same team back in NLC on Riddle. So he'd be a good shout as well. Who's still in right now? I mean, well, who's on Heretics? I mean, Heretics are doing quite well in their series at the minute. The Heretics could be a fun one. There's a few really cool teams, actually. I'm looking at this, but probably why this EMEA has been quite hard to read. There's some really fun ones to check out. I don't trust any tier 2 to do any good side laning bar win in my books. That's fair. That's fair. I can see that. But it's not necessarily just about side laning, though. There's also an element of just being able to find good flank angles and abuse bad vision. And vision setup is not always the cleanest from EMEA level teams either. Disney has one side of the bracket way stronger than the other. Oh, it is, for sure. One side, because Lost Ratones lost so heavily, and because they ended up in the 3-3 bracket, they are not one of the top seeded teams. And so you ended up with Vitality B, who went 4-0, versus Lost Ratones. And Verdant ended up drawing, because of the way the draw works, one of the 3-1 teams ended up with a harder draw, basically, and they drew Verdant. They ended up in this ridiculous bracket where Verdant ended up against KCB and Lost Returns ended up against Vitality B, which is pretty ridiculous. Thank you for the follow, by the way, too, Ertl. I appreciate you. No grubs for Azir. Yeah, it's a big one. That plus Nash's Tooth is often a really big spike. I think Misa and Galleon's good. I think KCB could. Anyone else? I mean, Barca have got a bit of an interesting eye because I think 113 makes Velia's life quite difficult via the style of play he makes. because I think Barca are much better at playing through and for 1-1-3 early than Lost Returns are. Lost Returns often, particularly in challenging game states, leave Velia out to dry a bit. And it means things like Kiana, Neferi can end up being really challenging when you've got a very explosive, aggressive early jungler like 1-1-3. The 1-1-3 being down 20 CS isn't fantastic into the Vi here, I won't lie. Though, then again, 1-1-3's also made more plays happen, so you know how it is. And he's got a few more camps to pick up. The Vi's about to get behind this Ornn, so... Okay, it doesn't lead to all that much. Fair enough. Thank you for the follow, Carver. Force bomb! Is Vitality French or German? They're French. Vitality B is a French orc. One of the OG ones, actually. Been around for a little while. Solar Flare came on down to Serin. Flag and Drag. Ooh, Cataclysm! Maybe just have enough damage. He flashed! Oh, Serin! That's unfortunate. Thank you for the follow, Nesh. Oh my god, Legolas needed to barrier that. That was about as tight as it gets. Harpoon nearly had that. Hey, Nivanian. Good to see you. By the way. Are you about to see two French teams gone in a single day? Possible. I think Barca have come into this tournament. I know they were third seed, but people had quite high expectations for them. I think it was a little bit of a shot. They ended up third from the regular season, after the playoffs anyway. All right, let me double check. Where were Barca in regular season? Because I feel like they've also just leveled up quite a lot. So, EMEA Masters. And Barca obviously ended up in the finals last split as well. So they've already been an EMEA Masters finalists. So they had a really shocking run through Superliga Swiss stage, where they ended up coming in 8th, which is kind of wild. And they made a massive run through... How did they... What the heck happened here? How the bloody hell did Barca end up in playoffs? Summer playoffs, here we go. They just had a crazy run through playoffs, didn't they? No, I see. It just says championship points, the angles. What? Final 4, right. So yeah, they were in the final 4, I see. And then lost there anyway. What? That's crazy. So they've just had a really shocking time of it, even in Superliga. Came off EMEA Masters Spring and just absolutely sprinted it. In fairness, Barca then have actually had a really good showing at EMEA Masters, where they have turned up pretty well here. If they beat Galleons, I think a lot of sins will be forgiven. They had a bad summer split, but that's not the end of the world. Well, maybe rank 1 solo queue player is not that bad. It's true. But I do think they had a really bad summer split at Superliga, but they are actually having... were having a fairly decent showing in this series. They got a kill bot side and then immediately in 3 kills top. Good grief, guys. That's unfortunate. Check needs to go bot. That was a rough dive top side. You gave the Ezreal a lot of value there as well. So what the hell happened? They just tried to dive on a Ragnar and he just counter-strikes them. Yeah, flash counter-strike value. Legolas ended up taking turret aggro, had to leave, dies. Yeah, it's just not great. Good play from Ragnar. Really good play from Ragnar. Gets a double kill. They got the turret top side as well. That's feat of strength. 2,000 gold lead. Feeling pretty good. That's the kind of lead you want to get if you want to win this game from where they're at, I think. Would DNF beat all of the EMEA team? I mean, who knows? No, probably not. Let's be real. Mister. the brightness on my phone before it dies. I need to use that for poll selections later. So let's take a bit of damage. Doesn't lead to all that much. T1 versus IG in 10 hours is right. Is it? I think it's a bit longer than that. But maybe I'm wrong. Is it in 10 hours? Bloody hell. I thought it was starting on the 14th. When's they got the play-in stage? When is that? Hey, thank you very much for the follow. Beelzebub. I need to pay attention to that. Chocolat's actually in a lot of danger here. Oh, important flash. Important flash. 8 seconds or Seren gets his back though. He needs to. Oh boy, Chocolate doesn't have his own ult. Let's get started. Thank you for the follows, guys. Really appreciate it, Beelzebub. Kalendor. Is he gonna survive this? I don't think he is. Decent damage back, but nowhere near enough. Very nice from Galleons. And the defense just wasn't there from Barset. They do, however, get some value mid, at least, but still. Not the greatest there. However, the stretch is very true. I owe you that still. I'm a bit distracted. Playing. When is playing? Here we go. So tell us when it is. Yeah, it's on the 14th. It's Tuesday. Tuesday. Sunday today. So it'll be 10 a.m. EU time on 14th of October. It is the 12th today. And nothing tomorrow. Well, so it's in about 36-ish hours is actually when it is. Nivanyan. Are your fave champs still Eve, Elise, and Kindred? Yes, they are. They are still my favorite champions on the whole, Kaz. I really like playing all three of them. They're just great fun. Elise is a wonderful early snowballer. Kindred was like the one I spammed. It was the first Mastery 5 game. I went absolutely hard on that one. Eve is my current main. Love playing it. Right, so tomorrow's Thought World will start soon. It might be with way NA time zones work, is the honest answer. Unless I'm being lied to by LoL fandom, which is, I suppose, possible. Yeah, let me check LoL esports. That'll be Dragon and Soul Point for Galleons in a really, really, really strong timing. Yeah, Tuesday, 10 a.m. Going off LoL esports as well, so I've double checked it for you guys. That's when it is. I want IG to win. I mean, it's definitely doable. Definitely doable. Oh, good barrier. Doesn't stop him back. Doesn't actually save his back, though. That's really annoying for Legolas. Unfortunately, Ezreal's getting to the point where he gets through barrier. It's a bit annoying. I want an initialized cast to win. I mean, who doesn't? Who doesn't? I bet Riot doesn't want that. I mean, it depends. You've got to remember, Invictus Gaming is by far the most popular team in China. By far. Like, I don't know if you watch much LPL, but they get insane viewership. So it's not quite... Oh, 113, that's not fantastic. Chocolat's having to reset on the other side. I mean, Galleons are kind of running over this right now. Barca really struggling to make the engages stick. The mobility of Galleons is proving quite tricky here. Do you think there'll ever be a tier 2 League Worlds? EMEA is all we get now? Yeah, it kind of is at the minute. I'd love to see that. I think it'd be a cool one to do. You kind of get ASCI, which is the Asia Star Challenger Invitation, which is LDL and LCK Challengers teams coming together. I think there might be some, or used to be some Vietnamese teams and stuff in there as well, and some like LJL Academy teams, but it was largely a rough one. IG also have a huge fan base in China too. Exactly. So like the weird one, there's a world where actually IG versus T1 is the highest viewed match of the championship. Not even joking. Richie Zhu, thank you for the follow. Do you think there'll ever be a tier? Sorry, that one already. Let's look at the Atacon then. Galleons are going to be on it. Flag drag away. Or throw like Shuriken flip away from the flag and drag. I think this is going to be a flip. 113 needs to make his way in. 3000 HP as well as trying to body block. Depth charge. Hook. CC chain. Doga still going down. It's not being taken very fast. 113 goes forward, goes down. Can still look for the Atacon. It's all a bit of a mess. It is taken by the Vibe, but they lose the Nautilus. Jack's knocked up. Doesn't really go down. Ragnar might well die here. We'll throw down the Grandmaster Smite, I think, to no avail. That's a shutdown. Atacon taken 2 for 1. Probably still fine right now. Oh, Chekalad. Nicely done. Flash from Seren. Still gets rooted. Got the Shuriken flip. That means Whiten likely dies. Not bad from Xerxes to the backside. Legolas, unfortunately for him, finds Seren in the middle of everyone. And Seren's about to kill everyone's faces, I think. Nearly nice from Barca. But I think we're going to 5 here, folks, because Seren just murdered everyone.
Red team has scored an egg.
I think T1 is going to stomp 3-0 IG. We shall see. I think on paper that's true. But I know, like, all of the LCK teams have been saying, yo, IG's been stomping us in scrims. Like, they've beaten everyone from LCK in scrims. Like, Genji have been regularly beaten by IG. HLE, KT, they've all been beaten by IG in scrim. But that's scrimbucks, right? So we'll see whether those translate to stage. But don't sleep on IG. If they turn up in regular season form, they could be damn scary. Seren LEC ready? I think he's got to be one of your prospects if you're looking at a EMEA option. Obviously, he's had Worlds experience before. Yeah? Just not via one of your major regions. But I'd certainly consider him an option. I'd want him with a veteran jungle. Or a very proactive one to give him something to work with. Or a support that's willing to come and help him out a bit. Because you need that mid jungle to make sure that he gets to play the... Or that jungle support to make sure he gets to play the game a bit better. But I think he'd be a worthy attempt. For sure.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
Mid lane turret should fall here. Not a lot to be done about that one. Dragon's up. This would be Soul for Galleons, so I think they're going to be forced to fight it. Ragnar's already on a flank. That makes things tricky. Barca finding their way over, looking to get on top of Ragnar. I don't think they kill him. Why are you full committing? You smote him as well. They're giving up Dragon. Oh, boy. Okay, they've done that, but Dragon will now surely fall, right? Can he flash in? No, we can't. There is flash. I don't think it matters. They're giving it up. They couldn't do it in time. All right, well, they're going to try and turn for Baron instead. There's not even a Baron. They've just given up Soul for a kill? They didn't kill him fast enough. Legolas is now caught out. Oh, dear, Barca. Oh, dear, Barca. I think Whiten is dead. 113 flashes, dies. Seren gets another. Man, Seren's also gone for a really bruisery build with the Leandri's Riftmaker to cycle through some of the tanks and spend longer in fights, which I think is actually very sensible this game, because he's saying, look, you're going to get hit by some CC at some point. This gives him a lot of time with the Twilight Shroud and all of his mobility as well as everything else. And because he's gotten to this point, he's actually got enough damage, especially if he just gets to keep going through his abilities. Don't give me falso. I don't think it's falso. I'm just saying, I kind of half believe in IG. Why do these games seem so different from watching LR games? Very different teams. LR is a psychopathic team of rare form. It does weird things. Ah, oh, Seren's TP'd in. We're about to see some murder. Seren just popped him. Seren needs to convert this to a Magi's now. That needs to be a Magi's on reset. Just give yourself that value. I mean, it could be a Blighting Jewel as well, and they'd accept that. But I think at this point, just get the Magi's and snowball even harder. No T1 equals no fun. This is, of course, an absolute objective opinion. I mean, of course. No bias there in the slightest. Arm guards? I mean, yeah, it's another way to stay safe. I think you could have justified a Magi's here. But hey, that's just me. No one expected Katie to win against Gen G either, you know? Yeah, I mean, BDD had the series of a lifetime, right? Fantastic stuff. Got a Ryalize on the Azir, TPing in. I mean, Harpoon on this Ezreal has just murdered people. And then Legolas has just not hit anyone with the Corki. Baron, Soul. This is looking pretty good. I think this is a done deal for Galleons now. Thank you for the follow, brother. Thanks for the stream, anytime. Glad to be here. Or maybe not anytime. I need to sleep at some point. Some point. True shot barrage. Okay, engage. Looking for some more value. Harpoon survives, blast cones away. They don't get him, and now Checolad's in a horrible spot, but this is not a bad knock-up angle. Harpoon's still free-firing. They throw out the soldiers, but it's too little too late. Yeah, Harpoon gets to hop forwards and get 1-1-3 as well. Oh, lovely. And look in the picture-in-picture, Jax is ending. They tried to make the pick happen. They failed to kill Harpoon. He survives. It's over. It's over, it's over, it's over. Legolas needs to clear the wave, and I don't think Ragnar actually cares, especially here. He takes a bit of a turret shot there, but he'll blow up White in. Goes golden himself, can hop away to one of his minions. Nexus turret falls. And it's over, we're going to 5. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da. Nice. Okay. We go to 5. We go to 5. What happened to DK this morning? DK happened to DK this morning. Also, Diablo had a great showing. Diablo played really, 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 really well. So, great AD carry performance. Right, I owe you guys some... I need to owe you guys some stretches. DK lost 3-2. Yeah, it was a hell of a thing. The lower bracket run was a whole thing. Nivanya, you got tight. Like at this point, you know how it works here. If you want to yell, sub. Yeah, we've even got a penta. Yeah, bad stuff. If you want to go watch it, the VODs are over on Nymeira's channel. Go check them out. I shall run some ads and queue out the silver scrapes. There he is, back, baby. Yep. Was this a 2-0 Barca lead? No, it wasn't. It was a... Oh, it was like... It was 1-1 and Barca won the last one. With an insane set of games. In fact, Galleons probably should have won the last game and kind of threw it a bit. Oh, Harpoon. What a game from them. Mad stuff. Okay, if it's 2-0, I can't imagine this is. Yeah, no. No. There were some weird comps by the looks of it as well. In fact, I need to check out what's going on with this one. Yeah, game 2, it was Zoelis Pike. 1-1, Seren was on the melt. Right. No way around that one. Game 2 was Zoelis on the Gragas. Yeah, but it was 1-0 to Galleons and they lost 2 back-to-back, which is kind of crazy. They should have won game 3, but fumbled it. And then Pike has a bad turn. It all goes wrong. Game 1, it was pretty normal drafts. Da-da-da, da-da. But I owe you guys some stretches. Oh, wins in order was like the Galleons, Barbar, Galleons. Okay, yeah. Deciding game now. Oh, stretches. There we go. Oh. Oh. Better. All right. Oh. That's enough self-script. We've heard it. It's there. We'll hear it again, I'm sure. Let's go back to this one. Thank you very much for the follow. Guys, appreciate you all. Nishu, Addy, I owe you. Posture check. Got some hydration. We got one more game to go. One more game. Bam, 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 bam. Mm-hmm. Game 5 prediction. I think Galleons probably have it. They should have won Game 3. They did win Game 4. Game 2 is the exception. I think they're probably better on the whole here at the minute. Barca are really relying on 1-1-3 to carry things, and if he gets shut down or has to desperately make things happen, they look a lot more fallible. I think Seren has largely been outplaying the mid-game over Checker lads, and Ragnar just broke their ankles last game, which was a big thing. Bam, 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 bam. Too many French teams? So many French teams gone already? Yeah. I meant the Twitch prediction, but I appreciate the analysis. Thank you very much. I've forgotten I'd done that. You're absolutely right. One moment. Glad someone reminded me. I owe people prediction points. Choose the outcome. And it was Galleons that won. It was a 50-50. Congratulations to the winners. And we go to a decider. Can't be far off it. Hmm. Do Gambit now when I get the chance. The only Turkish team left is Misa. Are you guys able to stream IG versus T1? We are indeed. We will be streaming Invictus Gaming versus T1. That'll be on the 14th. Tough and Nightmare will be covering that one for you guys. Sadly, I'm not allowed to gamble stupid Dutch laws. Are you not? Even for channel points? That's kind of wild, Amber. Yeah. Saw your message, Amber. Congratulations. Very easy sell. How does one do that from here? I don't know from that bit. Double check something. Salut, hello, FNC Poby. You're getting ready for Worlds, mate. Here we go. One final time. Barca versus Galleon. Oh, yes. Barca's in top 3 teams of the tournament. May not be. May not be. If they lose here, they are down. They lose in top 6. They end up losing in top 16, round of 16. It'd be kind of crazy in its own right. There you go. Congratulations, Amber. Saw the message. And thus, you have been granted moderator powers here in the year of our Lord, 5th game, Galleons versus Barcelona. There goes the Maokai to go alongside the Jace. Potential answer in on the other side. First pick Maokai as well, but we are in game 5. Drafts start getting really weird. We have banned away some of 1-1-3 specialties in the Zed and the Nidalee. The Syndra is gone. We're getting rid of Gwen, the Ryze, and of course the Nico. Seren, very, very famous Ryze player. Instead gets a hold of the Sylas. Theoretically a jungle flex. I trust you, Amber. You'll be more than fine. And if you don't, then hell will have no fury such as the streamer scorned. That will not. We'll come to that. What teams make it out of Swiss top 4? Made it out of Swiss 4-0. Big and Vitality B, both of which are having a tough time. I'm not sure whether Big are quite out yet. They were having a difficult time. In fact, we can double check. But that might have to wait. Oh boy, I think they might have lost. We'll see. Anyway, Renekton locked in. Alistair at this point, game 5, probably pretty sensible for Whiten. Renekton into Jace is a weird one. If you can go and jump on him, life is good. If you can't, life is bad. Jace been very weird at this one. Big just lost 3-1. There you go. There you go. So both 4-0 teams are out. One lost 3-1, one lost 3-0. Kind of crazy. Jhin. Lots of CC. You could Ziggs, I suppose, for the extra poke. Jin's the decision. Strictly an additional bit of poke. You've got very good ults to steal as a Sylas already. You lock Alistair into Sylas, by the way. So Sylas now has Maokai ult, A+. Maokai ult, A+. Alistair ult, S. And a Renekton ult, which, Dominus is probably like 80, Those are very good ults. Very good ults. First time I'm watching EMEA, is Galleon's a good team? They are a good team. They were one of my favourites to win it. The fact that they are here in a 5th game is a bit of a surprise to me. That's partly because Barca are a very scrappy team that have some clutch to them. 1-1-3 in particular has really impressed me across this tournament. Had a really, really good showing. Brought Lost Returns low with the Kiana pick. Drummer believing in Barca because the rematch with Lost Returns is ordained in the stars. Amber, your first task as moderator. Please set up a poll as we get through to the second phase of picks. I'm much obliged if you do. Galleon should have won 3-1 IMO. I'm kind of there with you, Cutzel. I think that game 3 in particular felt like a done deal for Galleons, and they kind of threw it away. But hey, if they lose because of it, then they have no one to blame but themselves. Polo Gamba. Gamba. Predictions. Braum away. Ziggs Talia. Yeah, would have been a decent pairing with the Maokai. Yeah, we are getting to that point. Bryce Talia gets this far through draft, and she's fallen away a bit. If Galleons wins versus LR, but Barca wins with... If Galleons win, it's win versus LR, but if Barca wins, LR win. I can see that thought process. Galleons are pretty scary. I think Xerxes might be a tricky one to manage. Gotta say, I'd love to see all the LFL teams butt head one after the other against LR. I mean, there'd be some fun in seeing that gauntlet, it has to be said. Blitzcrank to go with the Jhin. I mean, that's all well and good, but hooking a Renekton or a Maokai or an Alistar, not always fun. Though I grant you, Maokais these days are a lot squishier than they once were. Thank you, Amber. Morgana. Morgana jungle. Morgana mid. Both an option. I think Chekalad is a Morgana mid player. Zoe's not bad into Sylas because Sylas doesn't have great ult to steal from her in lane. You can hook her quite well as Blitzcrank and or with the chains from Sylas by just aiming at her portal. Now lock in Misfortune as well. So, the basic deal is Maokai means that Misfortune and Zoe don't miss with their burst combos. If you get zone control and vision control, Chekalad could really rip through Galleons. They flexed the Sylas into jungle. They flexed the Jace into mid. They've gone and locked in a Mao. The Mundo. There we go. Mundo top. And that is a hell of something. You can try and push your way to victory here. Not great CC options to stop Mundo, actually. Because Mundo can ignore Maokai ult pretty happily. Alistar, I suppose, Headbutt will knock it off and then Pulverize. But then again, do you have the best tank killing potential here? You've not got great anti-Mundo damage. And not the biggest CC change to blow his passive off. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I think Galleons have probably got the... Galleons have probably got the better draft for me, I think just about. But I think if it does come down to 5v5s around these objectives, there's a world where Maokai, Zoe, Misfortune gets really, really annoying to deal with. There's a world where if Zoe can, like, smash the Jace and the Jhin consistently, bad times. Game 5 Fearless draft, huh? Yeah, I still think Bastard's comp makes cohesive sense. Galleons is weirder. But Jace Jhin is theoretically decent poke and is very good pick. The Jace is not bad into the Zoe because you can basically jump on her when she portals and feel happy about it. The Jace was always a little bit of a matchup into Zoe. I'm not sure it plays out this way so far. And then there is the issue of who kills the Mundo. That will be a problem. Theoretically, burn from Maokai Renekton should be able to manage it eventually. Yeah. Thoughts on Victor? Fine, but he's kind of dropped down more to a B tier than an A tier. I think he doesn't have as easy a time in lane as he once did, and is kind of secondary to a lot of the other mages right now. And we might just see a push win condition from the Mundo. If Mundo hits critical mass of, like, loads of Heartsteel procs, it's going to be a massive issue. Assuming he can get through the zone control. But Victor is fine. We just don't see him as much as we once did. Okay. Hook! Onto the Alistar. Lots of people waiting, but they want to turn this one on. I think they do. Alistar flashes away. They got the blast going to work with and get out. Just a flash off Whiten, who had to heal as well. Double summoners off the Alistar at level 1. Oof. Maokai's going to try and start his Raptors and then leave. They might come and try and fight this. He's going to have to smite it. Waiting for the Bramble Smash timing. He doesn't want to smite if he can help it. Woo! Nearly stole it with the W. Nice idea from Jhin. Doesn't quite have it. Hang on, Sapling. Flash! Oh! Nearly. Xerxes really low, and he's level 1 as a Sylas. Oh, no. He needs help. He needs help now. Has to flash. He's now going to be in trouble in his own jungle, though. I think as 1-1-3, you go to the other side there. And you try and get some value on the red buff over there. You're going to be able to steal Raptors super easily. His Sylas was so low, and with no flash, he's going to have a pretty rough time. Whiten gets hooked again, but there's no real follow-up this time because of the Aftershock. Yeah, Sapling into the Raptor pit, into the Raptor bush there. Just want him back. Fair enough. Probably safer that way. You don't need the red buff. Bar Jungle just won the game. Not quite. Doesn't get the full red buff. I think it would have been a bit greedy. Though Sylas is clearing very slowly. Very slowly. Surprised he was only level 1 after the red buff. Someone else share XP or something? I guess so. That's kind of wild, though. Jin got the red with the W. That explains why he was level 1. I was thinking, why is he still level 1 after getting red? That explains a lot. And that's why they were looking at the Jin in lane. Sorry, guys. It's been a long day. It is 10 o'clock. Yeah, he does have the red buff. You're absolutely right. He did. Absolutely right. He did. Dear me. That explains a lot. That really hurts the Sylas in the clear, because it meant he didn't get to level 2. Man, he was clearing very slowly. Means Maokai's probably going to get double scuttle here, actually. Sylas needs to go for Scuttle Crab now, or he's going to be in a very tricky spot. In fact, there's a real world, because 113 knows that he's not seen Xerxes go towards his Raptors, that he can look for a red buff steal now. So Maokai's about to go nab the jungle. Don't know how he won the smite fight without the smite. Yeah. I mean, 113's about to nab this. This is really tough. He'll get Raptor respawn at least, but he's going to lose Krugs as well here. Whiten's coming over. Zoe can roam. I think Xerxes is going to have a tough time fighting this. Zoelis is around. Could theoretically look for a hook. Ragnar, not having that much fun, loses his shield. That's not the right Mundo skin. Okay, does steal the Raptors, but it's still going to be in danger topside. Ragnar does not have his passive shield. Not for a little while yet. I think it's probably a dead Mundo. Yeah, Bramble Smash. We'll drop Tower Aggro in a second with the Twisted Advance. It does so. Not perfectly, but hey, well enough. They get the kill on the Mundo. There'll be a reset now. Xerxes does at least get the Bug Steal back. Doing what he can here, but the wave's nowhere near turret. That's not happening. You only get level 2 from red if you have pet. Yeah, exactly. Sorry. The reason I was confused is because I thought Xerxes got the red. And I was like, why is he still level 1? He's got pet. Did someone leech experience? And then I just hadn't clocked that Jin was the one that got the red buff. I don't even know how, actually. Well, it must have been last auto. I don't know. Zoe could have been good. Victor, yeah. Zoe, theoretically, would have been really obnoxious to a lot of the champions they had. And they were thinking it was going to be a Sylas mid, because Seren's a big Sylas player. And Zoe's not bad into Sylas because it's a really shitty ult to steal, basically. Seren's not actually having that much fun with the matchup in the minute on the Jace, because theoretically you can punish the Zoe by just accelerated shock blasting where she comes out of her portal. It's not really been working out that well. She'll clear out the majority this way, but it's still going to be down about 10. Seren's most played is Jace. Very true. Very true. But it's just not been a... Jace hasn't been a mid lane staple for a little while. And Ragnar plays it a bit as well. Though, in fairness, I don't know what he was playing so much this year in mid lane. If he was playing a fair amount of Jace in mid lane, I just hadn't tracked it. That's possible. In fact, let me check. Seren, UL. But it seemed like more of a Jace top angle. Played Jace this year. Yeah, he has not. He's played a few games of Jace mid this year, to be fair. He has played a few games of Jace. And he's 5-1 on Jace this year, which is pretty good going. What he played in summer. Yeah, he played like 4 games of Jace. So in fairness, I should have been more aware he could have played it. Should have been more aware he could have played it. Has Ragnar played any Jace? No, he's not. No, he's not. Not this split, really. You know what? He's played a couple games of Jace, but I hadn't realized that Seren was more of the Jace player still this split. I'm so used to seeing Jace top. I kind of just didn't register it. So there you go. So yeah, I should have been aware it could have been a Jace mid, but then it's still interesting. They locked the Zoe into it. I guess, basically, looking at this matchup right now, the Zoe's kind of out-poking the Jace. And Jace has always struggled with people who can trade onto him from range. Jace isn't actually that great into range matchups. You all in okay. But early on, you actually have lower damages than you think. Yo, you got VODs I can go watch LR back? Yes, on my YouTube channel. If you go look at YouTube, you'll be able to find them on there. Right, it's the comment above you. You may need to go look at the live VODs rather than the regular videos. I need to cut them up into regular vids. Magic. Cheers. No problem. Harpoon's doing pretty well bot side. Harpoon's been a bit... I think Harpoon has kind of gapped Legolas and me a bit here as well the last couple games. Okay, so we don't expect you to be perfect. But that's a bad one to miss. So I'm busy doing chat stuff as well. One of the reasons, like, trying to cast while co-streaming is quite tricky. Because you are paying attention. So I'm paying attention to, like, 3 chats. And having conversations and solo casting. Which is quite a lot. And also, it's like 10 p.m. It's quite late now. Nice chunk. So, there was this train of thought where you do Blade of the Ruin King on Renekton into Mundo. But you got very, very squishy. It was a good individual match, but got you in tricky. 1-1-3 gets all 3 grubs, flashes away, survives, will burn the flash, but gets 3 grubs. Xerxes still trapped at 48 CS, which is a bit rough. I think this Renekton needs to be aware that there's a Silas with stolen Maokai ult coming this way. I don't... White Knight, you knew he was in the river. Slice, doesn't have dice. He's just dead, isn't he? Dominus. Okay, so Dominus out. Okay, does actually... He's safer than I thought he was going to be. I wonder whether Xerxes might flash and try to go on in there. Maybe it would have been too risky with the Rage to get healed up, but the Mundo didn't want to overforce without ult. Infected Bone Swords and maximum dosage is down, so... Infected Bone Swords are up, but it's like maximum dosage down. I will say Chocolad's in a pretty good spot here right now as the Zoe. Could be really, really scary. Ah, yeah, that can happen. Hang on, Deadly Flourish. That's a bit of a catch into the hook. That's not bad. I take it back. Well done. They got the Blitz. They got the Deadly Flourish I wasn't expecting. Made things a bit trickier. And they didn't have Bubble because Chocolad just used it mid. Okay, not bad, Galleons. Heart Zapper, that's the name of that. Oh, not bad. What was the thought process there? Were they trying to catch someone on reset? I guess they were. But that's a big set of ults to burn. In fairness, a couple minutes until the next objective, so you don't need them for a fight right now. You stream, keep going on. Thanks, Yoma. Appreciate it. Come say hey. If you've not followed over on the Twitch channel, it's twitch.tv/initializecast. Please do come do that. Same on YouTube. Obviously, Anivia as well. We do some co-streaming over there, and we restream over, so please do come say hello. Oh, Legolas, that's bad. And Whiten's gone forwards now as well, and he might end up in trouble. That's not good, Legolas. Ragnar's having a hard time. He is a bit. But then again, you're a Mundo. Your early game is always going to be a bit sussy. Until you get Heartsteel, you play it safe and just try to get as much farm as you can. It's all about wave control and getting Heartsteel. Go watch some Alois. Like you too, first time here. Oh, thank you very much. All the Turkish people are here. Hell yeah. The fool thinks he's LEC level. I mean, the thing is, going and be confident. In fairness, Legolas has had some good splits this year. He has. I would... There's a world where he gets a tryout. I don't think he's someone you go and offer a contract to straight up. But there's a world where he gets a tryout. I don't think this has been his best split. And obviously, this hasn't been his best series. He has played this tournament relatively well. This isn't the best looking, I will say that. It's a Legolas, he's never safe. He's a very, very aggressive AD carry. One of my criticisms of him is he often gives up a few too many deaths for my liking. He makes a lot of great plays. But especially on AD carries where he's not really given license to, he can step a bit too far forward for my liking. Hey, thank you for the follow, Origin of Custard. What a name, by the way. The origin of custard. Xerxes coming up. I don't think he really wants to deal with that, so he'll just take the route. He may be in danger here. Into the bubble. Into the bullet time. Oh, very nice. Great combo. Oh, hook onto the Alistair. I don't think that leads to all that much. And now you're going to under the bubble onto the Blitzcrank who has to flash. They can look for some more. Oh, my lord. And now Harpoon's in danger. He may need to flash, but where to? More damage. Very nice from Barca. That got them feats of strength as well. And suddenly Legolas is 3-1. Really lovely bubble troubles. Trouble bubbles. That way around. Thank you for the follow, Alatar. Xerxes thought he was safe. He thought he was safe. Flash headbutt Polv into the sleep. And reminder, sleep is not broken by bullet time. This is the one reason why Lilia and Misfortune's a silly, silly combo. It works with bubble sleep as well, as far as I understand it. Hey, Maximus. Hey, Alatar. Thank you for the dead fish as well. And be moaning. And Hunter Chew. Another sleep. Whiten survives. How's that possible? Because it's broken by... There's some weird interaction with it. I don't actually know why. You know what? I'm going to Google it because I don't know. Excuse me while I'm on my phone for a second because I'm going to look. Why does bullet time not break sleep? Sleep. Ah. This is why. It's a DOT ability. DOT abilities don't do it. It has to be single instance. And bullet time is considered DOT. Wait, if Galleons loses, only KCB is left in LFL? Yes. That's why it is. So any DOT will not break sleep, which is why Misfortune Lilia is silly strong. Why it can be kind of scary with Zoe as well. I'd kind of forgotten about that interaction. But it basically means if Maokai lands a root or Alistair lands a combo that is followed up with a bullet by a bubble, you get the empowered damage from bubble reminder because sleep empowers your damage and it won't break sleep. You're my DOT. Thanks, Nivanian. Have a great stream. Thank you, G-Bomb. But that is a very, very, very silly combo. White Knight is probably safe. I think Ragnar doesn't want to take too much risk on the turret. He's gone Warmogs first. Is that the build? Is it Warmogs into Heartsteel? I don't actually know. Ban. What does DOT mean? Damage over time. Damage over time. So examples. Morgana Pool, Tormented Shadow. Bullet Time from Misfortune, Make It Rain from Misfortune. Malefic Visions from Malzahar. What else is a burn or a damage over time? Brand has got some DOT in his kits as well. I think Warmog's healing is crazy. Zero, did they forget to pick up Herald? They did. They did. It's not in inventory. Yeah, I think they forgot to pick it up. I was busy looking up DOT stuff. I didn't see it, but you're right, they didn't. Slice and Dice, not really available. Cull the Meek wasn't enough. Xerxes with the Stolen Dominus is pretty tanky, but gets knocked back. Headbutted under turret. Maokai up roots him again. Ragnar's also rooted. Dang on the curtain call, though. Means 1-1-3's in danger. They have to body block. Out comes the heal. Hook onto the Alistair, but he's pretty tanky for a moment or two longer. Misses the pulverize. Look at Chekalad, though. Looking for the angle. Can't quite get the kill, but it's still low. Deadly Flourish. Bullet time on the other side. Really good angle from Legolas. 2 for 1. Chekalad looking for some more damage. Can't quite do it. Oh, my days. That shock blast nearly did it, though, from Seren. Singed. Really good angle. Anivia ult. Yes, I think so. Counts. Are they taking substance to forget Herald? I mean, possibly. Who knows? Probably unlikely, though. I think just a mistake. It's game 5. It's 10 p.m. If you're over in other parts of the world, it could be later still. People are tired at this point. But there you go. Hope that answered the damage over time question. Drowsy. Won't get too much more. Check-a-lab flash means he doesn't get the redemption. He's now in danger of being blown up. Could TP. Actually, can't TP back. He's already back. Ragnar is burning a little bit, but not down. He gets the Warmog shortly, and that'll be Dragon for Galleons. They can't fight it anymore. They're going to try and push for the mid lane instead. Yeah, they can potentially look for tier 2 here. They've got 3 grubs. They'll do this fast. 3 grubs rushes, no joke. Can't do much more than 2/3. That's the Renekton hooked. Damage on the Azar. Xerxes with a hijacked Maokai ultimate. Nature's Grass doing some work. White Knight feels the need to Dominus. Does probably need to. White in 2-man pole. There's the Maokai turnaround ult. Ragnar gets to be smelly because he goes where he pleases. Oh, hook through the Drowsy. Well done, my man Zoe Ellis there. 7 AM, these EMEA game schedules ruin my sleep schedule. See why you get through enough HP, fight to heal fast before you finish Heartsteel. Yeah. I think that probably makes some sense. If you get to Heartsteel now, I think this Mundo is pretty much unkillable. It was looking really good for Barca, but a couple fumbles there under the mid lane tier 1, mid lane, bot lane, tier 1. Correct lane selection now done. Then not quite getting the tier 2 and losing the Renekton there is a pretty big deal, actually. Not a done deal yet, but I think Galleons have done a good job there of coming back in a way that could have otherwise been quite tricky. I think the double Ghost Blade from the Jhin and the Jace makes a lot of sense into dealing with Maokai in particular, and to an extent Zoe when you need your dancing shoes on. Being an Australian LoL fan is rough, not gonna lie. Yes, I imagine. At least you're in a decent hours for LCK and LPL, I'd imagine. Check-a-lad needs to be wary here. Doesn't check the bush. Check-a-lad. Gets a Drowsy down, hops over the wall, looks to get some more damage. He's dead. Had White in behind him, but Seren just blasted him. Well done. Atakan spawning. And that's a pretty good shutdown. Actually, is it the shutdown? No, it wasn't, but it was still a fair amount of work. I miss OCL so much. Rusty was my fave. Rusty was amazing. Really lovely dude as well. Everything went down after the end of OPL. Did a bit, didn't it? Ain't no way MF went with Dominic's instead of Mortal. Oh, God, yeah. She doesn't need to because Maokai's got Oblivion Orb. No point double stacking it. Maokai will be providing more than enough AoE burn onto the Mundo is the thought process. You might end up with an option from White Knight to get something as well. So actually, possibly fine. And Lord Doms is better early stats at his cheapest. That's kind of fine. Better build path. Oh, stolen bullet time. Not enough, but it's still going to be enough to blow up Maokai. Turnaround bullet time is pretty good, but Xerxes blows him up with the Abscond Abduct. They've just bush baited Bastard twice in a row down there. And that's Atakan. I would still have gone Mortal personally, but it's not the end of the world because you've already got the Oblivion Orb on 113. What is the end of the world, though, is getting blasted and losing multiple members and a turret and Atakan and just having pick after pick after pick after pick happening. Because you have, in fact, got, with all of the stolen ults from a Sylas, insane follow-up range from Galleons. Because basically everyone but Mundo can hit people from a screen away. That is wild. What an unfortunate set of throws now from Barca. They can still possibly come back in with some wild picks of their own. But they're going to need to. They have well and truly thrown that one away. They lose Grievous if Maokai dies. Very true. And that's partly why I would have gone Mortal Reminder. Let me go have a look and see what the stat difference is. Because the big thing is Lord Dominic's Regards is significantly cheaper. 200 gold cheaper. And it is more armor pen. You get 5% more armor pen. So for 200 gold, you get the Grievous Wounds passive. However, it's a much nicer build path. Much nicer build path for Lord Dominic's Regard because Noon Quiver is just a better item, basically. But 200 gold cheaper can matter. 5% armor is also not bad when you may need to shred through people. I still would have gone Mortal Reminder this game, I think. They are still able to get this tier 2 here. They've got 3 grubs. They will get rid of this really fast. The problem is, look at Seren's going on to inhibitor turrets. This is still a Jace with 2 items, by the way. Hypercharger. He's got it. He just gets a full turret. Okay. It looks really ugly next to my items. Yeah, to be fair, Fateski, it's not a pretty looking item, is it? It's not. There is something slightly septic about it. Also, good to see you, Fateski. Actually, there's a thought process. Misfortune's gone Bloodthirst to LDR. We were wondering whether it should have been Mortal Reminder, but I was also saying, well, there is an Oblivion Orb on Maokai, who should be getting a lot of AoE, pretty consistent even from Beyond Death with saplings and stuff. Would you have gone Mortal Reminder still on the side? Drip notwithstanding. Curious in your thought process. Decalad needs to try and get away. Vision control's not great for the Zoe. Bullet time's really good, though. That's nice. Okay, you lost the Blitzcrank, but Blitzcrank's not the most valuable. White and Flash has survived, and the Abscond Abduct just wide. Watch for Decalad on the flank. Could lose a lot of damage. Just about misses Harpoon, but still lands the bubble. Seren eats a fair amount of damage now. Gonna be a flip on the Dragons. Be soul point. Decalad, another good angle. Another sleep. But Jin stole Dragon? Oh my god. He's got more objectives than the junglers this game. He got the level 1 red buff. And unfortunately, triple kill for Jin. Oh my god. I thought that Zoe angle was going to be so much more annoying than it was. And they just lose the fight afterwards. My days. Okay, well, Jason Jin just hit everyone in the face with lethality on squishy comps. I mean, that's game, right? Xerxes looking. Ooh, does it matter? Sleepy, but is out of bubble range, or out of turret range. Out. Rocket belt. Saren's looking for the shock blast. Good dodge with the rocket belt. I think Saren could flash for this. Saren could flash for this. It would give Decalad the angle potentially, but he has like no mana. That looked decent for a second, but then Whited ends up so damn low. He burned a lot of ults here. I genuinely thought Decalad was going to cause a lot more troubles for Seren and Harpoon here than he did. Like, he lands a few bubbles, but they don't follow up on the bubbles really well. What happens here? Where did all the health bars go? Is it just Xerxes and Ragnar just running at them? Ragnar running at them? It is. Yeah, okay. So, it steals that one, and then Xerxes is actually just quite scary, and Ragnar's just a monster. He's a beast. As Jin also gets to rotate through people. Yeah, it's Mundo plus Atakan pops, plus good pop finishes from Harpoon with a really, really nice dancing grenade. I don't know whether he had Infedge before that. Don't think he did. That's really good. I think Curtains getting called here could prove to be a little bit problematic. 113 is so squishy. Whiting gets hooked. Does it matter? You've landed asleep onto the Mundo, who actually does not give a damn. Just hard still prop 113 for like 400 damage, and we'll get hit again. With the blunt force trauma, Harpoon continues to absolutely smack people. Decalad. The problem is, as Zoe, eventually other poke hits you really hard because you're very telegraphed as to where you end up. Yeah, kind of looking like Maokai doesn't actually apply anti-heal. Yeah, I think the issue is you don't get that much value. Were there any carry junglers left? A lot of them were banned. The Fury was out, Kiana was out, Zeb was banned. All the AD skirmishes were basically gone. Bai, Xin Zhao, Jarvan. We're missing something here. Lee Sim was up, maybe. They're outranged and outpoked. Yeah, they first picked Maokai, by the way. First picked Maokai. Legolas is so dead. Why was he there? Why are you there? I mean, you got the wave shoved. I love it. Just give me a laugh. And then they banned Nidda and Zed. They banned Nidalee Zed. The Nidalee Zed were banned. Neferi, Kiana were down. In fact, do I have the drafts in here somewhere? I might actually have the drafts in here somewhere. 1 second. I mean, here's the replay. You just hit a point where, unfortunately, as Decalad, you really are at the mercy of the double poke into you, as the Jace just does insane amount of damage to what is a very telegraphed poke champion. Yeah, so we had lost Jarvan, Xin Zhao, Neferi, Zed, Maokai, Patchy. No, it's the wrong game. I'm looking at the wrong bloody thing. There we go. So we Yeah, we'd lost quite a lot. We'd lost Neferi, Kiana, Skarna, Jarvan, Wukong, Poppy, Xin Zhao Bai, banned away Nidalee and Zed. So it was very limited champion pools. There you go. But I think it's looking pretty much over. It's a 10,000 gold lead. In the picture-in-picture, Silas is winning the 1v1 versus the Renekton. It's done, guys. It's done. There's no real way out of this. Unless you land the miracle pick onto Seren and Harpoon with a really good Alistair Misfortune Zoe combo, it's over. And you've just lost your Renekton in the 1v1 to the Silas, who was defending the wave on the journey in. Flash. Chocolate is down at 10% HP. The bullet time is okay, but it doesn't get any kills because Chocolate was immediately slapped in the face and died, by the way, as Ragnar just says, push! Push! Oh, Seren KO! Sniper. Wow. Wow. There were some good moments from Barca this game, but they were not respectful with the leads. They fell prey to the pick and the follow-up poke from Galleons because they were able to follow up from so far away. I wasn't completely sold on some of the team synergies, but they made it really, really work. And we did worry about the Mundo's ability to just murder people. And what do you know? Mundo just murdered people. Seren with some obscene damage. I cannot wait for the damage numbers here. I think we're going to see a lot of more of Mundo and Jace damage. Seren, let's be real, is got to be on a few lists for at least some tryouts for LEC, I'd imagine. He's played a very, very mean tournament. Get some replays here. Thank you very much for coming and watching, guys. It's much appreciated. I'm going to run some ads to get some value off you all. Please do make sure to follow, like, subscribe, comment, all the things. Sarah and Casey, I could see it. Wouldn't hate it. I mean, look, there's a world where SK... So if SK go something like... Who have they got in the squad right now? I don't think, like, Kadui... SK Gaming. Oh. Because if they can moneyball it and suggest that he gets to have some value, there's a world where... Yeah, keeping Skeens, Seren, Kadui, probably isn't awful, actually. Look for a decent import top. I can see it. Thank you very much for coming and following, guys. I really do appreciate it. And again, if you've got that ability to throw a prime sub out, this is a great place to spot it. If you've got a place to throw a regular sub out, this is a great place to do it. Throw some love our way. Always appreciated. It's Feral Twitch. Don't know if it was good for Seren, to be honest. Yeah, maybe not. But on the other hand, you know, I think Skeens is decent. I think Kadui, decent. If you're looking at a team of promising rookies or promising, like low veteran but potential space where you could actually have a lot of, like, say within a team that you're not going to get options elsewhere, that could be it. Vitality might look at him. Heretics might look at him. Don't know what Na'Vi are doing with tryouts. There's a few options. Maybe BDS if they want to think about moving on from Nuke, but Nuke's been pretty solid. But has Nuke been enough to win them a championship? But there's a world there. I mean, there we go. Insane damage from Seren, and Ragnar hit a point where Mundo got to do Mundo things. Yarp. You could see where Barca managed to stall out and it all went wrong. Right, Na'Vi using that simple money to pay Larson 2 mil. Oh, boy. Maybe. I mean, the thing is, we know what Larson could be. Does he have it in him to bring it back? There were moments this split where he had some good LeBlanc games and just couldn't finish it out. Because Larson was able to generate some leads last split. But we just couldn't trust him to actually close out a game with them. That was been the issue. He's not actually been able to finish a game in a while. Have you done your world's predictions yet, Sam? I believe I have. But I'll double check. Thank you very much for coming and joining us, guys. It's been a pleasure. I appreciate you all. Thanks for coming and hanging out. I may do a brief stream tomorrow to do a World's tier list because I've not done one yet. It'd be nice to do one before everything else. Until then, have a wonderful rest of your day, guys. I will bid you all adieu. Thank you for coming and hanging out. If you've not subbed, if you've not liked, if you've not commented, all those damn things on the various channels, please do so now. Till then, though, guys, have a wonderful rest of your times. Bye-bye for now.